Thank you, Dan.
Can I ask Dan a question? Can I ask Dan?
Oh, Dan, are you still in?
Can I ask
Senator
you-
Ihara wants to open up another, a different can of worms for you.
Well, the one that the lady was trying to pry open, could you articulate the I guess it's the constitutional basis for prohibiting the New Mexico photographer and the Oregon cake maker? They have a business, their own business, a cake baking business and a photography business apparently, and they are not allowed to follow their own convictions by discriminating in the marketplace. Could you explain, do you have any background that you could provide that could speak to that question?
Sure. So, to my knowledge, there's not a single state in the country that allows private businesses to discriminate in the way that you're suggesting here. Once a business decides to enter the marketplace, it has to play by the same rules as everyone else. And so we have our public accommodation statutes that have existed for decades. And in Hawaii, the public accommodation statute has said that it is unlawful for a private business to discriminate on the basis of race, sex, religion, disability, and since 2006, sexual orientation as well. We don't want to have a situation in which private businesses are allowed to hang signs on their doors saying, you know, no Jews allowed, no African Americans allowed, or no gays allowed. That's not the law that it's been in Hawaii for the last 6 years. We shouldn't change that now.
Is there a federal constitutional basis for prohibiting? I'm not sure if there's a commerce provision in the U.S. Constitution or in other states, besides statutory public accommodations law, is there a constitutional basis that, because I believe the two cases I think at least the New Mexico case went to the New Mexico Supreme Court, so there must be a New Mexico state constitutional provision that prohibited that discrimination.
You know, the public accommodations laws have been around so long, I actually don't know whether there's been a constitutional basis for any of these decisions recently. I do know that, you know, under the Commerce Clause, obviously, Congress has the authority to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and obviously this legislature has the authority to pass the public accommodations law, too.
So you're saying that the Commerce Clause authorized Congress to establish the Civil Rights Act of 1964, is that right? And under that act, under the congressional action pursuant to the U.S. constitutional commerce provision, Congress is authorized to establish standards for non-discrimination in the marketplace. Am I following you?
I think that's right, Senator. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I don't have sort of a more specific answer for you, but there may be other constitutional bases for Congress's authority as well. There may be something under the Equal Protection Clause.
If you find anything, because I think we, should try to address the concerns being raised.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Dan, we have Senator Shimbukuro has a question for you.
Sure.
Hi. I don't know if you've been able to look at some of the conscience clauses that some other states have put into their marriage equality statutes, but I'm just wondering if any states have tried to accommodate these business owners, if there could be some way that maybe they could refer people to other bakeries or other photographers that are, that do accept those kinds of clients, or I don't know, has that been done elsewhere?
My understanding is no. That you don't allow private businesses to discriminate. Again, once you're entering the marketplace, you are then making a conscious choice to say, I am open to the general public along the same lines as, I'm sorry, thank you very much. Once you are making the decision to enter the marketplace, you are consciously deciding that you will play by the same rules as everyone else. And Hawaii, again, for decades has had these rules wherein you cannot discriminate on these protected categories. And sexual orientation and gender identity were added in 2006.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Dan, isn't that at the heart of the complaint brought by a lesbian couple against the B&B, that discrimination in Hawaii Kai, the discrimination was based on sexual orientation and not the unit was already rented. Sorry, I cannot rent to you. But rather because the woman specifically said that she doesn't rent to lesbians and does not want two women in the same bed. That's the example that comes to mind, and the only example where the courts found, the courts found on summary judgment for the plaintiffs. Isn't that accurate?
That's my understanding of the case, Chair, and regardless of what the legislature does with the marriage bill, that case will continue along the same lines. That's already the law.
Right, and isn't that totally unrelated to, as far as I'm concerned, as I understand, that is totally unrelated because that's a basis of sexual orientation by a private actor as opposed to same-gender marriage.
That's correct.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like
Good afternoon.
Okay. Forgive me, this is the first time I've ever testified, so if I'm nervous, forgive me.
We forgive you already. You forgive us too.
You sure have. My name is Beatrice Piliwali. This is my husband, George Piliwali. We have been married for 52 years, going on 53 this coming February. And I believe in the traditional marriage that God has put us under. I have to read this to you. The real threat of the homosexuality has been hidden under a mask of equal rights, constitutional rights, employment opportunities, home ownership, and adoption of the heterosexual children by the homosexuals so that they can convert the homosexual population with the ultimate goal of the domination of the heterosexual world as a whole. This to me is that impossible? I do not count on that. I am willing to bet that those in Sodom gave consideration to the same conclusions before they were enfolded into the deadly sin of homosexuality. I am totally against the homosexual marriage. We have been married for 53 years. I believe in the traditional marriage between man and woman. God set that up before anybody here was even born. And we need to take that into consideration. Otherwise, we will pay big time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, she talks a lot, right? Actually, this is her first time. Anyway, I'm George Piliwali. I'm just going to go right to the meat. Homosexuals claim the rainbow as theirs, when actually it's a covenant between God and Noah, a heterosexual. Homosexuals changed their title to a perverted homosexual lifestyle. Bigot, a person who is utterly intolerant. Homosexuals are bigots for the evils of homosexuality. Heterosexuals are bigots also, but in Jesus' name for righteousness. Tolerant, to have sympathy for. The Word of God in the Bible forbids us from tolerating homosexuality because it is an abomination, period. Now, Jesus is now purging the church presently. Therefore, senators, legislators, your obligation is clear. Do not allow the shameful unity of homosexuals, but stand on HB and SB 2312 relating to marriage, enacted in 1994 that is still in force. I have shown you the moral threat homosexuals pose for us, our children and our grandchildren. I have proven homosexuals lied about the rainbow, being bigots and all that, all the things they accuse us of being. I have presented irrevocable evidence that the homosexuals' view of equal rights is a sham, since homosexuals is really interested in the total domination of heterosexuals. Praise the Lord. God bless you. As everybody praise the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing. Hello? Okay. Dear Honorable Chair, He, and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Labor, My name is Jansen, and I oppose Senate Bill 1. I would like to start by saying something my pastor said. I love the gay community. Jesus died for them the same way he died for all of us. Hearing this reminded me of my years living back in the San Francisco Bay, the gay Jerusalem of the world. Living there and having been cultured to what being a gay man means in the 21st century, I should be ecstatic that our state is coming closer to same-sex marriage. However, with this preconceived euphoria is the awkward truth that many gays don't support same-sex marriage. You see, gays like me have been thrown into a new wave of conformity, and as a result, an ironic taboo has originated. For someone of my sexual orientation to be against gay marriage makes it seem like I'm burning the gay flag my community fought for. But it is with a heart and love and compassion that I oppose SB 1. An issue of this magnitude should not be decided with a special session. I agree. I share all this as a means of finally coming out of the closet, not as a gay man, but someone who understands his values. So therefore, why don't you let all of us decide together? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with Group 8. And then just a reminder, as a matter of housekeeping, if you have cell phones, they should be on vibrate. And we appreciate that. And we also appreciate that the orderly fashion. Just a friendly reminder, if we could withhold applause or any other noise distractions, that would be helpful, and I think in the best interest of the proceeding. So if the young lady would proceed, we are prepared to accept your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing. I'm amazed at our system that I can speak. I believe the words, I am opposed to SB 1. I believe the words of Dr. Paul Popenoe, who studied and devoted his career life to the study of genetics, family, and marriage. He said, a strong family life is indispensable, not merely to the culture, but actually to the survival of any people. In the history of mankind, one nation after another has followed this pattern of degrading the family life and substituting other patterns for it. And they have disappeared. For the well-being of the community, for the very existence of the nation, one of the first questions asked about any proposed change in culture should be, will it strengthen the family? The established religion I am a part of made a worldwide declaration in 1995 stating, we, the First Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, solemnly proclaim that marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God, and that the family is central to the Creator's plan for the eternal destiny of his children. The first commandment that God gave to Adam and Eve pertained to their potential for parenthood as husband and wife. We further declare that God has commanded that the sacred powers of procreation are to be employed only between a man and a woman, lawfully wedded as husband and wife. Okay, so this is what I believe. This is what my established religion believes. But this marriage equality bill directly prohibits the free exercise to follow this belief, especially with the university that's here, that our religion that provides married student housing to. So that, because we'll have to recognize all married couples, but our church does not recognize marriage.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Hope Brainerd. I stand before you in the spirit of the office of Elijah. I received this oracle on the 8th of this month, and this is what the Lord has to say. The same-sex marriage has caused a controversy against my purpose for this land. I've divided already their cause for condemnation. The social media will expose. Pray against the work of the enemy. Here, the heartfelt prayers must be my people's cry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair He and members of the committee.
Aloha.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jess Glasser, and I stand by my written testimony in strong support of SB 1. Wanted to add 3 quick things. 1, I'm a Jew, and I appreciate the religious freedom in the bill that honors the religious authority of local faith leaders to interpret their own religion's laws according to their own traditions and not those of outside religious groups. 2, I'm a social worker and I am a graduate student at UH in social work. I am guided by a professional code of ethics that strengthens human relationships and families. 3, I am married to a deployed service member. The Department of Defense also recognizes that strong families are important. My husband earns privileges through his service to this nation that are extended to me as his spouse. So I get this card here that gives me access to housing and insurance and health care. It also allows me to drive onto base to drop him off before his submarine deploys and to pick him up when he arrives. And this is something that should be for all spouses, including same-sex spouses here in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Mr. Clayton He.
Aloha.
I am your constituent. I come from Laie, and I strongly support, I strongly oppose the bill. I want to first say that I'm not against the people who decided to live in a same-sex union, and they have the freedom and they can choose to do that. But I also think that the gay community is trying to destroy families and destroy religion as it is. The leader of the gay community has said that one thing, the bottom line is to destroy society as it is. I implore you to please vote against this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After listening to so many testimonies since 10:30, I'm going to digress from my written testimony. You have copies of that. I'm going to speak as a retired educator. I taught in the Hilo, Kaneohe area schools for almost 40 years and was an administrator and educational specialist with the department before I retired. When I was teaching in the elementary school back in the 1960s, I taught health and science to 6th graders, and it came to a point where there was a curriculum in sex education. I taught sex education to 6th graders. Parents had the liberty to opt their children out of sex education. I felt, as a Christian, I felt very comfortable with the curriculum. Recently, I was made aware of the curriculum that has been implemented in certain states, and particularly in Ontario, Canada, where I was honestly very, very disturbed by the content, the visuals, the activities that were suggested in the curriculum. And I just pray that our teachers, school teachers, would not be forced to implement and teach that kind of curriculum once same-sex marriage becomes law in Hawaii. I also want to respond to earlier the approval by some representative from HSTA. So I respectfully disagree with them that there will be no impact on our educational system. We will be impacted for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Clyde Wadsworth. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alston, Hunt, Floyd & Ing, and co-counsel with John D'Amato, representing the plaintiff.
Could you put the mic closer to you, please?
Sure. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alston, Hunt, Floyd & Ing, and co-counsel with John D'Amato, representing the plaintiff couples in the Jackson versus Abercrombie case that is currently on appeal. Today I'm testifying in my personal capacity. I testify in strong support of SB 1. My partner and I recently celebrated our 20th anniversary together. We look forward to the day when the state of Hawaii will treat our commitment and our ohana with equal dignity and respect. As an attorney, I believe the freedom to marry the person you love is a fundamental constitutional right. The Marriage Equality Bill remedies a basic inequality in our system that denies gay and lesbian families And make no mistake about it, we are Ohana in every way that matters, the dignity and respect that other married couples enjoy. And importantly, federal benefits that are tied to the married couple's state of residence are not currently available, including many Social Security benefits. They're not available to same-sex couples that travel to other states to marry. The bottom line is that enacting SB 1 is the only way to assure marriage equality for same-sex couples. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Greg Fritz. I'm from Eva Beach, and I strongly oppose SB 1. It's not so much about the homosexuality. If we put that aside, a lot of religion has been brought out today, a lot of feelings, emotions, and all of this is important. But the real issue is the democratic process and the people of Hawaii not being able to speak on this issue. We thought we voted back in 1998. Apparently, there were loopholes, as mentioned earlier. The biggest opposition I have, one of the biggest, to SB 1 is Section 11 that states that the Department of Health can take whatever measures they deem fit to support this measure. This is basically saying that tax dollars will be used however the Department of Health sees fit to educate our children. And again, the opt-out option hasn't been written in or anything like that. So there is concern that the dollars that we put in to state coffers will be used to further an agenda that may not be voted on or supported. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, members? I just want to be clear with what you're saying. Section 11 of the bill refers to the Department of Health. You agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that the Department of Health is not involved directly with the Department of Education?
Directly.
With you? Okay. And let me say then that as one of the individuals that had a hand in crafting the bill, that and I'm happy to put it in the committee report because you may be pointing to an area that needs to be enunciated, and that is that section pertains to the Department of Health bringing up to speed, should the bill become law, what is necessary with respect to licensing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so I want to thank you for pointing that out. That completely, in my opinion, is an assumption that should not have been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You need to make that clarification in the committee report, section 11. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Ann Fritz, and I'm born and raised in Hawaii and also live in Eva Beach. Thank you for allowing me to submit my testimony and to speak before you today. And I am in opposition of SB 1, and I'd like to apologize if my stance, offends any friends or family who have chosen that lifestyle or relationships. But I just feel that I hope you vote against it or let us vote on this issue because it has probably farther-reaching effects that we all realized. And I appreciate the fact that you tried to write in there to protect my religious rights, but I still feel that maybe more can be done in that area because sorry, very nervous. Because I personally believe in marriages between one man and one woman, and that our church, it would prevent our church from, myself personally and my church, from being a viable part of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman He, senators of the committee. My name is Kurt Kamikawa, and I'm a statehood baby. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I used to actually persecute Christians, but my views have evolved to live by the Word of God, and I stand in opposition to SB 1 today. I've been educated locally and have been processing through a lot of the testimony. I want to bring you back to the initial opening statements of the Attorney General, who stated about his ironclad review of this bill, and yet when questioned by you, could not really adequately answer regarding federal benefits being available, You yourself called this perhaps more a question of equity versus equality. And really what is not on trial today is aloha, equality, and instead the institution of marriage, the institution of family, and whether religious freedom will continue to exist as it has. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
He and other members. My name is Noella Nance. I oppose SB 1 and implore you to please respect and defend the democratic process and allow a constitutional amendment which would better address same-sex marriage and allow for public input. As a mom who's quite involved in my daughter's school, I'm very concerned about how it would affect the school policy if this becomes the law of the land. At present, we parents still have the right to opt our children out if we feel certain topics might be too sensitive and not be thoroughly taught, which we were able to do. If this passes, I believe the parents' right might be restricted, and we won't have that right because it'll come across as being discriminating against that lifestyle. So, in closing, I would just like to say, if it is true that the attitudes have changed towards same-sex marriage, then please allow the people to vote on this crucial issue that will have a tremendous impact and ramification that has not been thoroughly thought out on our beloved Aina and its almost 1.4 million residents. I believe all of you have been allowed to be in your position for such a time as this to uphold our state's motto, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. In closing, as a reminder, our government is of the people, by the people, for the people. Thank you, and allow me to testify.
May I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
You have repeated what has been said with other parents with respect to their concern about the Department of Education. Okay. You have used a phrase that has been, you've repeated a phrase that's been used frequently today, and that's opt out. Mm-hmm. May I ask you specifically what you mean? Well, let me ask you this. Do you agree with me that the bill before us, Senate Bill 1, does not comment or direct or compel the Department of Education in any way? It's totally unrelated. Do you agree with that, or do you have a different view, having read Senate Bill 1?
I'm not sure, Senator. What I don't understand, what my concern is, if this becomes the law of the land, I think that supersedes the BOE. And opting out, and I'll just say this, the public school system, they were very accommodating when I decided to opt my daughters out. I allowed them to stay in for certain things, but certain things I asked them to opt out, and they were very accommodating. That's what I'm afraid of that's going to happen if it becomes the law of the land, that the parents, as some others have testified, they will not be allowed to be to give out notices ahead of time because it will be considered discriminating.
So it's a fear on your part as opposed to something that is related to the bill before us, is the way I'm hearing it. That you're fearful that if the bill were to become law, that your privilege or prerogative to opt out may be usurped by the Department of Education, and so I'm not sure how to respond to a prospective fear that may or may not exist, but I'm trying to compose in my mind how the committee report may reflect these concerns raised by parents whose children are in the Department of Education, and that it is not the intent of this bill to restrict that prerogative that you evidently indicate exists. Mm-hmm. I will try to fashion some comment, and I wanted to clarify with you what that opting out was. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Senator He, Vice Chair Member Curl, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm Stephen Melendrez. I am a small business owner. I'm a technologist and been happily married for 36 years. And I just want to share with you what we're hearing on the street from the other businesses. The big question is, what are we doing? The whole premise, if you look at, as you know, the bill, the beginning of the bill, is that civil unions are not recognized by federal law. So why are we not taking this back to the federal and just having the Obama administration write a short executive order saying, we're going to go ahead and recognize civil unions? Then the benefits would be reciprocal to be done. The other side of it that we've heard quite a bit is just a civil rights issue. Many of us in this room are minority. You know, I remember when Dr. King marched in the Freedom March, and I saw that back in the 60s. I'm dating myself now. Civil rights is something which is, you can't change. But gay marriage is relational. It's a decision. It's a decision to do this or that. It's not irrevocable. Civil rights is usually on an irrevocable chain. So I believe for your consideration that in order to make informed decisions, that you would consider having a study done, which would give you the information, the matrices that you require in order to make informed decisions concerning the financial, the cultural, and educational impact to the state of Hawaii if this bill went through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi.
I think it's evening.
Good evening.
Group number 9, please proceed to prepare yourself toward the back of the auditorium. Please proceed.
All right. Good evening, Chair He, Vice Chair
evening.
Shimabukuro, Member, Senate Committee. Thank you very much. My name is Viviana Sam, and I come from the River Beach area. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of our legislators. Thank you for your willingness to represent the voice of your constituents and for facing all the challenges that comes with being in such a critical decision-making position. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm here today to express my strong opposition to SB 1. I believe that the passage of this bill will have irreversible negative consequences that will impact this and future generations. I do not claim to be a prophet and able to predict the future. However, the truth is that same-sex marriage goes against the very principles that built our nation, and that is the Holy Bible. There's not enough time to quote scripture or to give evidence of how other states were adversely affected by the passage of this bill. However, I ask that you would allow the people of Hawaii to live out our state motto and let the life of our land be perpetuated in righteousness. We, the people, have chosen you to be our voice, and we cry out today, let the people decide. Our votes are from our hearts and are not pressured by any special interest groups. We know who our leaders are and what votes will be cast. We are letting our voice be heard now, and rest assured our voices will be heard in future elections. I stand here today and humbly ask our leaders to please let the people decide.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony, and I pray that the wisdom from our Most High God will overflow to each and every one of you, and that blessings will fall upon you and your families. Thank you.
Talofa and good evening. My name is Ba'a Aitavale, all the way from Pearl City. On behalf of my family, my friends, my brothers and sisters in Christ that couldn't be here today, I stand for them and I also speak for them. I stand before you all today because I strongly oppose SB 1. It's been a long day, so I'm just going to get to the point. I understand this is about equality, senators and legislators. If this is about equality, then let the people vote. Let us decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sarah Manu, and I strongly oppose SB 1. I stand before you not only as a mother of 3 and a wife to a husband. I stand before you as a God-fearing woman, and I could quote scripture to you, but I just want to say and ask and pray that just as my God is a just God and a sovereign and a mighty God, I ask that you leave it to the people to decide. And I pray nothing but blessings. God bless.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair He.
Good evening.
Vice Chair. Good evening, Vice Chair Shimabukuro and members of the Judiciary and Labor Committee. I am Faith Strecker, resident and voter in the Waipahu District of Oahu, and I am in strong opposition to SB 1 relating to equal rights. Marriage is not a civil right, and no court, including the Supreme Court, has ever said that it is. A constitutional amendment would be better to address same-sex marriage and allow for ample public input. SB 1 is in violation of the First Amendment rights and does not allow me to freely express my thoughts, beliefs, and practice whatever religion I wish. Also, special session is not allowing proper vetting and discussion of this bill. Special session is circumventing democracy rather than promoting democracy. Same-sex marriage should not be passed in a special session because a 5-day special session is not enough time to discuss the most controversial issue of our time. A yes vote during special session is a no vote to democracy because the voice of the people is not heard in a 5-day special session. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for all that you do.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Dawn Stecker, and I am 7 years old, and I go to a Christian school, Christian Academy. Why would one man and one woman and one woman if you cannot even have a child? And why would a child want to be in a house with one man and one woman and one woman? That is not marriage. Thank you for all you do.
Voices of Aukiki. Aloha, I'm Eldine Kukahiko. I'm pastor of Hope Chapel, Kahaluu. I want to first thank Senator He and Senator Gabbard. You are the only two senators that responded to my email, and I thank you very much. I really appreciate your caring heart. I'm opposed to SB 1, and I agree with the shortness of the procedure. I have some other things that haven't been talked about here that I'd like to include. I have petitions from 600 people in my community that is against this bill, and I can give it to you, Senator. But this is what the people on the street is indicating to me. I organized a sign-waving campaign in my district, simply and peacefully saying to let the people vote for the last 2 days. I can say 95% horns blowing, thumbs up, and 5% thumbs down, and sad to say, middle finger up. By just a few, we have been aggressively confronted, harassed, photographed, called names. They stole our sign in broad daylight, and with confrontation that followed that caused minor injuries to 3 people. Police were involved. We are not the aggressors. We want the people to have the right and chance to vote. I say, let us, all of us, homosexuals and straight people, stand together on both sides and say, let us vote. No more confrontations. Just let us vote, because that is what the ballot box is for. Let the people decide. Thank you. God bless you.
My name is Mark Wolfersberg. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Just right up front, I just want to state that I'm opposed to the bill. And I agree with the person that just was at the podium and everybody else that has said this. I believe that this vote needs to be delayed. The special session is not the right place to do this. I don't know if you've been keeping a tally of the people that have been coming to the stand, but I have. And it's interesting that about 70% of the people who've come to the stand have expressed opposition to this bill, which is about equal to the people that expressed, who passed the bill in 1998 with the constitutional amendment. It's also interesting to me that that amendment was passed with the legislature involved in the decision, but it wasn't passed with the governor involved. And I'm not sure why the governor is involved in this special session right here. This is his session. This is not the people's session. So your decision on this bill determines whether or not you are the voice of the people or you are the voice of the governor. I encourage you to be the voice of the people. Wait till he comes back. Another point I wanted to make, I agree with all the points that have been made on religious freedom. I won't go over those, but another point that I haven't heard, which is an issue for religious freedom, has to do with organization facilities. That is a source of revenue for religions. And if you restrict that source of revenue, you are also restricting the operations that they can pursue, and you are putting a restriction on the religions. So taxing them and forcing them into a position of deciding whether or not they'll be able to perform marriages or not based on that source of revenue is not the right direction. Another point I wanted to make, which I haven't heard, which has to go with not understanding is, sorry, just really quickly, immigration and the birth rate. Our birth rate's declining. People have said that homosexual relationships cannot reproduce. The one thing that's keeping the United States afloat and their economy is immigration. Our birth rate is declining. And this move would also help to decline our birth rate. So I don't believe we've considered all the issues yet. This needs to be done in a regular legislative session. Thank you.
Senator He and distinguished senators assembled today, thank you for your time. Aloha. My name is Kenny Jackson, and I want to raise an issue that I haven't heard discussed yet. I haven't heard every single testimony, but it has to do with the long-term impact on children. We don't have enough studies that have been done to give us an idea of what the long-term impact on children would be if we were to pass SB 1 here in Hawaii. I'm in opposition to passing this. I believe, as many of the other testimonies have given, that we need to allow the people to make this decision. But there was a study done in Norway and Sweden that demonstrated that 50% of homosexual couples' relationships ended in divorce, and 167% of lesbian couples' relationships ended in divorce. The question is, what impact does that have on children? That's the question. And I believe that we need more time. This session needs to be ended and it needs to be decided by the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Nagasako, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am opposed to SB 1 for a number of reasons. The first and foremost being that Almighty God, the creator of our universe, also created the institution of marriage to be the union between a man and a woman. Since none of us here today is God, who are we to change his definition of marriage? And yet, sadly, there are some who are battling to do just that. During the past several weeks, Hawaii's legislators have been inundated with facts, figures, and statistics from both sides of the marriage issue. You have probably heard it all, so I won't add to your information overload. I would just like to tell you that while I was gathering petition signatures to oppose both same-sex marriage and the special session, while most people were opposed to this special rights bill, everyone I spoke with was infuriated that this special session was being convened. Comments from, why don't the legislators just wait until January to take up this bill? Things like that. or that we already have a constitutional amendment on the book. So on behalf of those people who are there throughout our islands who signed the petitions, I ask that you listen to your constituents and vote no on SB 1. But even better, be a good steward of the trust the voters have put in you, as well as those hard-earned taxpayers' dollars, as one day you will be just constituents like we are. Would you like to be treated the way you are treating us? Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you take all of these?
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Greg Reuel, spelled R-E-U-E-L, and I appreciate being here. I appreciate the order that you've placed into today. I came early, got a number 9 that gets you on at 5 o'clock, and nonetheless, you had order in what was going through, and there has not been chaos. I commend you for that. In the same respect, marriage has order. To change order brings consequences. I feel that you have a very delicate balance that you're trying to work with, and that is the pursuit of happiness, civil liberties, and joy versus natural law. You have the right and liberty to jump off a cliff, but natural law will have consequences with it. I believe the change of marriage as it is instituted between a man and a woman brings consequences with us. My name is spelled Reuel, R-E-U-E-L. I bring that up because that's the name of the father-in-law of Moses. In the Bible dictionary, there's a definition for our name. It's friend of God. I ask you very, very politely, please don't change the definition of marriage of my good friend. That the center point of his plan of happiness is marriage between a man and a woman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Senators.
Hello.
I'd just like to thank you today for the opportunity to testify. My name is James Louis. I'm born and raised in Honolulu, and I'm in opposition to SB 1 for 3 reasons. First of all, I do not believe that the special session is adequate enough time to address all the issues that SB 1 will affect. It also kills the American democratic spirit just to give the people a true voice or a chance to decide on marriage. Number 2, the religious protections stated in Section 572 of SB 1 in combination with the Public Accommodations Clause of 489-2 does not adequately protect the First Amendment religious freedoms of all churches, clergy, and members statewide. Third of all, this bill will not affect just the same-sex community or just churches. It will affect all of Hawaii, including our educational system, our community service organizations, and the future of all families in our islands. I strongly urge you to allow the people to vote and to decide on marriage. Mahalo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Barbara O'Neill, and I oppose SB 1 on the same reasons a lot of people have already stated, that it's not going through the normal process a bill should go through. But also, I wanted to talk about Senator He asked a pastor in Group 1 this morning.
Can you speak to the mic, please?
Oh, am I not?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, is that better? Does my time start over? Senator He asked a pastor in Group 1 this morning how this bill infringes on the First Amendment. And I am a voter in Kapolei, and Senator Gabbard is my senator, and he was censored in 2009, and I guess my time didn't start over, for violating the Democrat Party of Hawaii platform on equal rights. His freedom of speech to represent his constituents was censored and trumped by the Equal Rights Clause. This bill addresses protection of clergy and buildings, but not individual conscience and living out religious beliefs. So I'm pretty sure that my First Amendment right on this topic will always be trumped by the Equal Protection Clause. Even though homosexuality was dropped from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, there are many other paraphilias listed, and I'm concerned about marriage equality and what that actually, how's the B in LGBT going to be handled when that comes up. I wish I had more time to talk about the changes historically that have happened to the DSM and the activism that the pedophilics are now doing in succeeding in changing the DSM-5 this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
To our state senators and the committee, my name is Richard Long, and I've been a resident in Hawaii for over 20 years. I strongly urge the Senate not to approve the Hawaii Marriage Equality Act of 2013 and to respect our sacred democratic process. For such an important and sensitive topic as this, has our elected officials reached out or engaged its voters on this topic? Per our state's preamble, has our legislators sought for divine guidance for this major issue? Our motto declares, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. If we do what's morally right, then we will continue to have life and peace in our state. You are our elected officials, and we as citizens rely on you for proper representation. John C. Maxwell, a well-known leadership author, pen to paper stating, everything rises and falls on the decisions and actions of our leadership. If this act is passed, as our leaders, are you prepared for its consequences? If my Christian beliefs teaches me that same-sex marriage is wrong and expressed in a loving and peaceful manner, will my state protect me from opposition? Churches should not be given ultimatums or stipulations on the solemnization of marriage by our government. I urge our lawmakers to look at the outcomes of same-sex marriage in other states. Will this act give equality to all of its citizens? I urge you again not to approve the Hawaii Marriage Equality Act of 2013. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you.
I'm not that tall. Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm Roberto Sebastian Leon. I am from California originally, but I am a registered voter here. Been here for 2 years now. So take my word or not, but I believe that with this, we don't have enough information to go forward. I'm opposed to this bill. There's so many ramifications that could come through when we're talking about education and health and all these different things. It's not this bill, but it is what this bill will bring. This bill sets a precedent for other things. Also, I am for respect. Everybody needs respect. Nobody should be discriminated against. God loves everyone, sinner and saint, and anybody in between. And I know that if we do things too fast, it won't go the way it should. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to be here, Honorable Senators. My name is David Amin, and I am a senior pastor over at Kukuilani Baptist Church in Mililani Tech Park. And my wife also was a former DOE teacher, so we understand about the educational system here. We appreciate being able to be here, and much of the former testimonies, the one thing that I wanted to talk about was with children and with free speech. Senator He said that, well, some of these are not really connected to the bill, but we have this thing that this man just said before me called precedent. And if we look at what happens in certain states, and of course in Canada, and in some Scandinavian countries, there are some places where the Bible itself is deemed as hate speech. And so therefore, the concern is the precedent that will be set with this bill. And maybe, as Senator He said earlier, he didn't know how to respond to the one lady about her fear of something in the future. Perhaps you could put some other exemptions in there with regard to that free speech. I don't think it would fly with perhaps some of the LGBT groups. I have no hatred or animosity of them, and I never preach any of that. But I'm just saying that that is the valid concern about the precedent that is set for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable committee members. My name is Chen, and my wife and I grew up in China, and we are citizens in this country now. We love this country because of the democracy and the freedom of religion. My wife submitted a written testimony. Here is her conclusion. Rush same-sex marriage bill in such a short special session is a poor example of democracy. Therefore, I plead to you that the people vote on such a critical, important issue. We are raising two young daughters. We teach them Bible. Same-sex marriage is against biblical value. Our family oppose it. Our church oppose it. Our Chinese community oppose it. We humbly ask, please let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. I'd like to ask two questions first, please, before I give my testimony. Number one, I've been waiting a long time outside to give my testimony, and I would appreciate the fact if the chairman was sitting there so I could give him my testimony. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth like he's already made up his decision before I give him my testimony. Second question is, would it be all right for me to recuse myself and wait until the chair returns to give my testimony and not lose my place in line, because I've been waiting for a long time?
Oh, no, I mean, that.
Please, I ask you. I mean, if I don't wait this long to give my testimony, I humbly ask that the chairman is sitting there when I give it. That's mutual respect.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm the vice chair. Yeah. I'm the vice chair of the committee, and I'm authorized to take testimony. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard for him to be here for the entire. It's such a long thing. He's probably listening on the intercom anyway.
Mm-hmm. But you understand my point, though. I've been waiting a long time. Would it be all right, ma'am, then if I sit and recuse myself and not lose my place in line, and when he comes back, give my testimony? Or is that not allowed?
I don't believe that's allowed. No. Yeah, I mean, other people didn't get that either, so.
I understand, but I believe I'm the first person that brought that to light, that I wanted him up there when I gave my testimony.
Did you submit written testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I mean, so we're in receipt of your testimony. So no, the answer is no.
The answer is no?
Yeah, unfortunately, just in the interest that we just don't have the time to do that.
All right, I'll just give you my testimony.
Yeah.
All right, committee members, my name is Ronald Nip. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to give my testimony. I'm providing testimony in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. I feel that this legislation needs to be voted on as an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Hawaii if a decision of this magnitude, which would directly and indirectly affect so many of our citizens and the future generations to come, is not placed on the ballot for an amendment, it will be a slap in the face for democracy. A vote was held on similar legislation in 1998, and I strongly urge you to consider the same course of action. Both sides have an argument for their views. Both sides have provided testimony here today. Regardless of what is required at the minimum to pass this legislation through this special session, I ask that you do the right thing, move to suspend Senate Bill 1 and introduce the necessary legislation for a vote by the people to make an amendment to the state constitution. The results of that vote should be the determining factor. Once the vote is completed, a clear vision of where the majority of the voters stand on this issue will be provided. That would be the correct time to move this bill forward if it is warranted, not now. Thank you.
And what was your name again?
My name is Ronald Nip, N-I with 2 P's.
Ronald Nip.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Honorable
proceed.
committee members, my name is Alan Yamashiro, and ask that you vote no on Senate Bill 1 during this special session. Many would have us believe that supporting this socio-economic experiment through a craftily worded administrative change in the law has benefits that outweigh the sociological impact of same-sex marriage. According to recent State of Hawaii Department of Health statistics, there were 916 civil unions consummated since they have been available, compared to 32,513 marriages between a man and a woman during that same period. Why are you considering a bill in special session to adjust 3% of state licensed unions? If you pass this bill, you are forcing your constituents to be a part of this socio-economic experiment. There are 14 other states and a few countries who have decided to try this irreversible experiment. It is irreversible because, like civil unions, once you grant someone legal privileges, you can't take those privileges away. What has the experience of these other states and countries been? Massachusetts was the first state to enact same-sex marriage. What are the consequences, both intended and unintended, in that state? In Massachusetts, all public schools, libraries are required to expand their bookshelves with books to normalize the LGBT partner behavior and lifestyle. Canada acknowledged same-sex marriage beginning in 2003. Besides Canadian schools teaching that there are now 6 genders, what were the intended and unintended consequences? I urge you to vote no on this bill in this special session to allow these questions to be vetted by a broader base of your constituents and understand the long-term effects of this bill. Same-sex marriage has not been in place anywhere long enough to assess the generational impact on our children, families, and society. Please consider, what is the legacy you want to leave as a legislature?
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand before you. My name is Arthur Hanneman. I am a father of 7, a grandfather of 14, and a community member. I believe, as do thousands, that a life-changing decision of this magnitude should not be rushed through. I believe, as do thousands, that we should let the people decide, as they did before. Thursday night, a few nights ago at 7 p.m., 100 people got together with the objective to generate 1,000 letters in opposition to SB 1. At 1 a.m. this morning, I received 2,500 letters. 1,600 letters specifically in opposition to the bill were directly addressed to Senator He. They were brought to his office this morning at 8:30. Again, I believe, as do thousands, let the people decide. In closing, I believe in God. I believe God created man, woman, and family. Because of this belief, I have been accused of hating or having no love or compassion for those who support SB 1. Let me say this. For those like me who oppose SB 1, this is not about love and compassion. This is about right and wrong. Last, realize the people in this room and who are outside, like me, are registered voters, and we live in your districts. And we will not forget, November 4th, 2014.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa LeBrun, and I live in Waikiki. I have been here, just as you have, for many hours. And I am very upset right now that there are literally more clerks here than our representatives, our senators. I say that with respect. My husband and I have lived overseas for over 20 years. And this is the first time in my married life that I have been back in the United States. People have died for us to have the right to have these freedoms. I lived in Germany, in the very area where the epicenter of Nazism was founded and thrived. History shows us the horrors that occurred because of a very small minority that was given too much power, because the majority either remained silent or were silenced. I want to divert from my written testimony and say the people of Hawaii will not be silent on this issue. If it becomes law, we will not be silent. Amen.
Oh, and sorry, before you start, people in Group 10 can start to approach the rostrum.
Aloha, Honorable Vice Chair and Committee. My name is Liz Larson, and I'm a citizen of Honolulu. I am opposed to SB 1 because in its current form, it infringes upon our religious liberties. The religious exemption in this bill is very, very weak. How the term public accommodation is used in this bill will leave the door wide open for litigation against churches, small businesses, and citizens in Hawaii. You must vote no to this bill. We must look at these important issues in detail during a regular session so that the people can understand the ramifications of the bill. The major problem in this country and in this state is that both our federal and state governments are so set on controlling everything in our lives, including marriage, that we must fight against one another. Neighbors fighting against neighbor because we believe differently from one another. This is America. This should not happen. We should be the land of the free. Our schools are not free, our businesses are not free, and we are not free. We need to protect the sovereignty of Hawaii. It is a unique state and can stay that way. We do not have to allow same-sex couples to marry in Hawaii to be able to live in harmony with one another. The Honorable Clayton, he mentioned the Loving versus Virginia case in 1967. Then the government was dictating that interracial marriage should be allowed. Why did we not ask the question then? Why is the government involved in marriage at all? Marriage is a religious and personal issue. This country has gone astray because instead of questioning the government's motives, we are questioning each other's motives. This bill does not increase our liberties, but decreases them, and should be rewritten to protect all of us, not just one group of people, at the detriment of our liberties and rights of conscience. Thank you.
Sorry, what's your name, please?
Liz Larson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Janelle Yim of Honolulu, and I oppose SB 1. I keep hearing those that support SB 1 are making an issue of equal rights and tolerance. However, I'd like to ask you to seriously examine what I am about to share with you. While working on my Master's of Social Work degree at the University of Hawaii, a colleague and I decided to do a qualitative research on the transgender population. Note, my colleague is a lesbian and is a dear friend of mine today. Our primary purpose of this research was to find what kinds of oppressions the TGs faced. However, due to the lack of support with the female-to-male population, our study was based on the male-to-female transgender population. To our surprise, our findings showed something quite disturbing. Here is what we discovered. All of those who were interviewed passionately expressed that they have been discriminated the most against by gay men than any other population, including heterosexuals, women, and straight men. They continued expressing how some of these gay men would at times let them know that they were a disgrace to the male gender. They also stated that they were treated with malice, cruelty, hatred, embarrassment, and shame. What is interesting about this finding is the fact that these gay men have also felt and experienced the harming effects of intolerance. Yet they are now displacing this same type of inhumane behavior on this transgender population. You would think there would be some empathy and tolerance to what these gay men have experienced.
Okay.
I'm almost done. Bear with me.
Please summarize.
Dallin H. Oaks, a former state Supreme Court judge, stated, "The prospect of same-sex marriage has already spawned legal collisions with the rights of free speech and of action based on religious beliefs. For example, advocates and government officials in certain states already are challenging the long-held belief right of religious adoption agencies to follow their religious beliefs and only place children in homes with both a mother and a father. As a result, Catholic Charities in Boston has stopped offering adoption services. Other advocates of same-sex marriage also suggesting that tax exemptions and benefits be withdrawn from any religious organization that does not embrace same-sex unions."
Okay, thank you. Can we get your name, please?
My name is Janelle. Now, is this about equal rights and tolerance? Think about it.
Janelle Lau?
Janelle Yim.
Janelle Yim. Okay, thank you.
Okay, one announcement before we continue. We have a few more people in Group 9, and then Group 10 is ready to follow Group 9. Now, between Group 9 and Group 10, we'll have to take a 20-minute recess I need the time to confer with the committee members. So we'll proceed with Group 9. Group 10, we'll take a 20-minute recess before engaging in Group 10. We have 7 more groups to go following Group 10, and it's 5:30. So would you please proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Clayton He, Honorable Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and the rest of the legislature. My name is Elavila Giles. I've been a resident. I'm a first generation immigrant to this country. I love this country very much. At least I did love it. I'm beginning to wonder about our country. But the reason that I'm here is to strongly oppose SB 1. The reasons, I have many, many reasons, but one of them is primarily its intent to redefine the most core institution of society and marriage. The sacred nature of marriage is closely linked to the power of procreation. Only a man and a woman together have the natural biological capacity to conceive children. The power of procreation to create life and bring God's children into the world is sacred and precious. Misuse of this power undermines the institution of the family and thereby weakens the social fabric. Strong families serve as a fundamental institution for transmitting the future generations the moral strength, traditions, and the values that sustain civilization. I just want to give an example of something that worries me greatly because I have children, grandchildren. A lesbian who teaches 8th grade sex education in Massachusetts told NPR that she teaches her children how lesbians use sex toy to have intercourse. If anyone objects, she says, "Give me a break, it's legal now." One father was jailed after protesting because his son, a kindergarten student, was given a book about same-sex couples. I urge you strongly to please vote against SB 1 and let the people decide this very critical issue that affects not just our lives, but the lives and our grandchildren. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you.
I'm as mad as you know what, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Jesus would not approve of this fanaticism. What I'm seeing and hearing is a lot of Pharisees. Sorry. My name is distinguished legislators. My name is Tim Earhart. I'm a member of Dignity Honolulu and the Gay Men's Chorus of Honolulu. One of our members, Eddie, gave me permission to tell his story. He met his partner when both were 14. They joined the Army together and were stationed in the mainland. Together they had a son by surrogacy. When their son was a few years old, they were sent to Afghanistan. Eddie's mom took the boy to care for it. They were not married, and this was before the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and DOMA was declared unconstitutional. A year and a half ago, our chorus member's partner was killed by an improvised explosive device, an IED. Ed's commander sent him home to properly mourn, and he shared his post-traumatic stress disorder with other members of the chorus. After our last concert, he was sent back to Afghanistan. He emailed us saying, "For those I love and care about, I will sacrifice." A few weeks later, he was shot in the chest and medevac to Germany to be operated on. He pulled through. In Hawaii, there are 45,000 active military and 14,000 retired military. Many gay and lesbians who want to marry their same gender. Will they have to travel to California to marry? If they are willing to die for their country, why can't they marry who they want to? And I challenge you legislators to, for those you love and care about sacrifice and vote yes on this bill.
Thank you.
Because there are only 3 of our senators here, our next testimony asks a question regarding the members who are here.
You have less than a quorum. Is this a valid hearing at this point?
Yes, we only need quorum when we vote.
So you don't need a quorum of the people to listen to the testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Will you put that in the record, please? For about the last half an hour, the senators have come and gone, and you've not maintained a quorum. I'd like to ask that be put in your record.
You can put into your testimony.
So now I'd like to begin my testimony. I'd like to thank Senator Solomon for being here. My name is David Ross. I'm from the Big Island in Kona, and I appreciate that one of our Big Island senators is here. I come to you in two capacities. One as a grandfather, and one as a member of a small minority I'd like to talk to you about. As grandfather, I'm here looking at my granddaughter, Allison, who's going to be 2 years old on Friday. 5 years from now, she'll be 7 years old. About 30 years, she'll be 32 years old. When she's 7 years old, and if we see what happened in Ontario go on here, what we'll see is that the education system, the Gay Lesbian Education Network, GELSON, will have changed the education so that there's elementary school training about gender fluidity. Gender fluidity means your gender is not determined by your genitalia. It's a choice that you can make. And in Canada, as you heard earlier today from Phil Lease, they had elementary school where a parent was made aware of this and concerned about it and came and talked to the teacher to find out what was going on, but she was not allowed to find out any further because there was confidentiality agreements. So a 7-year-old was being counseled about gender fluidity and the parent was not allowed to hear about it. She complained to the principal. The principal repeated the idea that he couldn't do it. And she said, well, I'm not going anywhere. So they called the police and she went to jail. Now, I want to talk about equal rights. The equal sign has two-way street. There's compassion on both sides. People can do what they want. You enforce this law, and if you don't agree with the other side, you can go to jail as a parent. That's going to happen to my daughter-in-law in 5 years. It's going to happen to my granddaughter in 20 years when she gets married. The other minority is as a person who believes in sexual purity before marriage. A very small group, probably in the Hawaii, but that's a minority group. And when you come with your educators and take my 7-year-old granddaughter and infuse the teaching that is currently being proposed, you're committing intellectual rape of my granddaughter.
Thank you.
Before I start, is it possible to have our other senators come in, and particularly our chairman, because he came in and no one told him that that those who are here, testimony providers, requested that the chairman be here. We are grateful that you're here, Vice President, but no one told him that we wanted him to be here along with, now we're down to 3. Is it possible to request that they come in?
Okay, we can communicate that to him.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you. What?
But it's up to you. If you don't want to testify, you don't have to.
We want to, but we think it's important enough. We've taken the time to come here, and we took a break, and we're here, and this is such an important issue that we could have at least told the chairman that we want him to be present. It's been said that the committee members have already made up their mind, and so it doesn't really matter what we say. I would think that it does matter. Is it possible to at least request that, or let him know that we would like the chairman to be here with the vice chairman?
Yeah,
Is that fair?
You just did. And
Oh, you
it's on
did?
TV.
So he's coming.
No, I don't know. You just made the request. You have the freedom of
Well,
speech.
can you let him know? See, if it's this
have to be
difficult
here, so
here in something like this, how much more difficult is it going to be in this whole process? So that's what I ask. Is it possible for someone to go out and Senator Sloan went out and he came
We can have
back?
his staff let him know that you've made that. What is your name?
Kawi Yohanan Amsterdam.
Kawi Amsterdam.
Kawi Yohanan.
Kawi
I'm
Yohanan Amsterdam. That's
right.
Got it.
Well, thank you so much. I am a Hawaiian Jew, and as such, I feel that in terms of my background, the SB1 imposes dangers on the land and the people of Hawaii. It violates, as my background as a Jew, the moral values that are found through our prophets, through our scriptures, and our holy writings. You can see that the people of Hawaii, like the people of Israel, have a religious and spiritual feeling about the land, and it's important to consider this. Thank you, Chairman, for coming back. Also, righteousness is clarified by these writings that we have as Jews. Also, SB1 violates Hawaii's heritage. Ua mau ka ea o ka aina i ka pono. in addition to Baruch atah Adonai, which acknowledges our Lord God. Righteousness is expressed in this, but yet the act violates the value of righteousness that is expressed in our motto. By this, we will have repercussions. We've been asking, so what? What is the result? I would like to clarify that by passing this particular act, that the protection, divine protection that comes will be removed, and we will be subject to danger and devastation. The tsunamis, the earthquakes, the tidal waves, and all of the economic problems that we have will surely come, not if, but when. So I request that we maintain our sense of righteousness through traditional marriage and stop the danger that will be impacted. Those of you who vote for this are liable and accountable for the dangers that will come. So we want to mention that. For those who want to have, I'll be done. Thank you. For those who want to have this type of these values, then realize, respect our people here in Hawaii and our values that have been here and established during the monarchy, and go to the other places, do what you want to do, come back, and also put your pressure on the federal government so that they will give you that way, so that we can stand as a light to the nation.
Sergeant at Arms.
I'm almost done. Thank you.
No, you are done.
Well, thank you very much.
No, you are done. Thank you.
And that's my testimony
Sergeant
in the
at
name
Arms,
of the Messiah.
if you need help from the
Mahalo
sheriff.
and aloha.
Aloha. My name is Kali Fermantes. I'm from Hau'ula, and I oppose same-sex marriage. And aloha is a word that says it all. I was taught in my home, in my community, in the Hawaiian community, in my community of faith, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that marriage is between a man and a woman. I stand here as a husband, as a man of faith, with a wife that is a woman, as a father of 6 children, as Senator He, as one of your constituents, as a Red Raider for life, as an educator, as a Hawaiian, and as someone that was taught to love everybody. I acknowledge other people disagree on this issue, but it's because I love everybody I think that I support traditional marriage. And by the way, like I said in my letter, my name is Fermantes. That's how you misspelled it in your letter to me, Senator He. And that's why I came, and I'm glad you sit there, but you know, it is troubling to see our senators not sitting there to listen to us testify. It says to me, you didn't do your job in the regular session. You didn't do your job in the regular session, called a special session, and not listening to us. This is how we think in Hau'ula. Let the people decide, and do it in your regular time. Thank you.
I'm going to ask one last time. Please refrain from clapping. Up to this point, I think that it's been a very orderly proceeding. I hope that it stays orderly. Please proceed.
Honorable panel, I'd like to say thank you for hearing our voices today. I'm a parent in this wonderful state of Hawaii. I'm blessed to be here. But I do have concerns that this bill is affecting and will affect our school children. So that's why I oppose this bill. My son, when he was in 8th grade, was told that in health class a new group was going to come in and start introducing other things into the health class. When I was looking at his homework, I went to the school and said, I don't understand why they have to learn how to dress condoms as children and pretend that they're in other kind of relationships. Now he's in high school, and in 11th grade, another group comes into the school. He thought he was in a Christian club, and the young men that were running the group said, anytime you don't feel that your parents understand you feel free to come, and you can come to our place, and we'll listen to you. So my son tells me he lost something at someone's apartment. So I go and find out, what are you doing at someone's apartment? And I go there, and
please wrap that up.
Sure, I will. I go there and find out that there are gay people that have this apartment, and they're letting children come over, and the children are writing their names saying that they were there. I say something to the school, and they inform me that maybe I'm the problem as a parent, because if he doesn't feel comfortable at home and he has to go talk to other people, the school has no problem with that issue. So that's why I oppose this, because it's just the beginning of sorrows. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Clayton He. My name is Pastor Virginia. I'm out from the Prayer Center of the Pacific. I'm also a healthcare provider. I believe that, you sit there and all the legislators, they see numbers, but I'm in the trenches. And I'd like to share an incident. Addressing the issue at hand, a young man lays in the hospital. He's ashamed, suffering, dying of full-blown AIDS because his lifestyle choices have been anal sex with another man. Yes, his partner was at his bedside with pain and sorrow. Their family all suffered. Their hearts were so heavy because of their choices. Who paid the hospital bill? He was unable to work for a long time, and this was self-afflicted. It's not about equal rights. It's about a lifetime choice. This is not natural, and it'll affect the very fabric of our society. There's been no such practices since the beginning of society. It had always been a man and a woman in wedlock. Like everything else, did your committee do an impact study on society? There are facts coming out of Massachusetts and Canada on the same-sex marriage. It affects and its effects. Have you studied the facts and weighed the costs and how it impacts the state of Hawaii as a whole? Please, don't hastily decide. Hear the voice of the people. I hope and pray that you feel the conviction in your heart. We, the people of Hawaii, who you represent, want to decide as a citizen. We want due process.
Thank you.
Vote no to SB 4.
Okay, thank you. Members, it's 5 after 6. We'll take a short recess and reconvene at 6:30. Members, if you would follow me to the exit. Okay, we'll begin anew. Before we begin with Group 10, I have a few housekeeping announcements that would help move this thing along. It would be helpful, and you folks have been terrific, in my opinion, but we can be better if you say at the top, I'm in support or I'm opposed to the bill. That would help set the context. Second thing is, it appears to me that we will be here past midnight, and so be it. But it would be helpful if you would limit yourself to the 1 minute time limit. But if not, we'll be here till 6 tomorrow morning. And there's been some comments that I'd like to respond to about certain members being present, not being present. If you've been with us during from the outset of the day, whether in person or by TV, I believe you would conclude, as I do, that the members have been very diligent in trying to take into account what your testimony is. Having said that, rather than call a recess for a bathroom break, the members have chosen to do so on their own volition. And sometimes it takes a while. So you would do the committee a service, really, if you would not remind us who's here and who's not here. We're aware of who's here and who's not here. That would help to keep the level of discussion at a higher plane and not devolve the discussion where it probably shouldn't go. As I said at the outset, I'm grateful and appreciative of the general behavior of today's hearing. I hope that we can continue to keep it at that level. We'll start with Group 10. Thank you very much for your patience. Please proceed.
Senator He and the other senators, my name is Wayne Cudero. I'm the founder and the pastor of the New Hope Churches. Collectively, just a little over 51,000 congregants. We oppose collectively Senate Bill number 1. As you can see, that the people of Hawaii hold deeply held religious beliefs, and they're very spiritual people. And it's not a patina of commitment to the Ohana traditional marriage, but it's systemic into the very roots of who we are. And so a bill like this that goes to the roots of the people, it's something that violates much of their heart and soul. So my request is that we pause on this, we take much more time and slow the cadence down. Otherwise, it's like doing surgery high speed to change something and will only kill the patient. And I know that you are wise men and women and that you'll hear the voice of the people. And so we wanted to share with you our hearts and our souls and ask for the fact that if we can slow it down, take it to the vote of the people so that it'll be a win-win situation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you again. And if you choose not to yield to my request, we'll recess the meeting. I said this at the outset. It's been a very good meeting. I would ask you not to clap. I would ask you not to jeer, but be respectful in silence. Please proceed.
Esteemed panel, thank you for your time and service.
You're welcome.
I, Gerald Mahuse, strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. Christians are affected by this bill because it prohibits our core beliefs, denies our civil rights to vote, and affects our ability to act upon our faith. Just as no person is forced to accept religion as a lifestyle, no person should be forced to accept the LGBT lifestyle. Allow the people of Hawaii to make this choice, and you as legislators will walk amongst the people irreproachable. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 through 2. I charge you in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who will judge the living and the dead, and by his appearing in kingly power, proclaim the word, be persistent whether it is convenient or inconvenient. Convince, reprimand, encourage all through patience and teaching. Although the legislative body has authority to decide the validity of same-sex marriage, a bill whose effects of this magnitude should not be handled by just a handful of legislators.
Please wrap it up.
Please do not deny the people their vote. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Stand up. Chairman He and Judiciary Committee, am I loud enough? Today I want to share my thoughts about gay marriage in 1 minute. Please no to gay marriage for the following reasons. Gay marriage will normalize unsafe sex acts, as in homosexinfo.org. 2,000 people died from AIDS in Hawaii. Fisting can lead to a life of wearing colostomy bags. There are over 10,000 gay ostomites. Punctured rectum can lead to a very painful death. Common Core education in Hawaii schools teaches gay sex and only Islam. Under Islam's Sharia law, homosexuals are put to death or severely punished. So do we have a conflict here? People Can Change is a successful counseling program. The book Alfie's Home was handed out at an ex-gay day parade. There's a 1-minute YouTube on the internet. No sexual behavior or drug can replace the missing nurturing love and affirmation of an absent alcoholic father or angry, controlling mother. We must forgive our parents and molesters. God's love agenda is different from the homosexual agenda or Agenda 20.
Please wrap it up.
Which is a DVD. I'd like to say a quick prayer. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe. Please show the LGBT community how much you love them. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Messiah. Amen.
Thank you very much.
My name is Dennis Kim, and I would like to testify in opposition of this bill. I am a typical citizen of Hawaii. I am Hawaiian, Korean, Chinese, and a tinge of Ratuman. My extended family married into almost every race on this earth. Our family includes gay, lesbian, straight people. We have Baptists, Catholics, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Methodists, Buddhists, atheists, and agnostics in our family. But when we have family gathering, the Ohana, we are never experienced any opposition, any conflict of any kind. Now, this bill will change that. I've been talking to many legislators during the past several weeks, and I think many are missing the issue. They see this only as a civil rights issue, and in reality, it is also a religious protection. It's a First Amendment issue. Now, after the people of faith made noise, did the legislators come up with additional solutions or amendments to this opposition? So in closing, I just want to say that we want to protect, the bill should include the words solemnization of marriage and celebration of marriages. That will protect a lot of facilities. I have many oppositions to items of the bill, but I don't have time to talk about it. So if you want to talk about it, I'll be happy to go to your office and
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha, state senators and everyone. My name is Cynthia Cannell. I'm definitely not one that speaks very often, and my life is really just starting out. But I do have some things to say on this topic. I do oppose this bill. I have read it, and what I read in it makes me sad and fear for the future of the family I don't have yet. For my friends' children, for all those who aren't well off in the world, and for my future place in it. Therefore, I am testifying against this bill. I cannot see how this bill fights for equality when you are taking mine away. I do say these things with respect, and thank you for listening to me. I say these things.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Chair He and the members of the committee. I'm Lynn Hansen. I've lived for over 4 decades in Laie, and I'm speaking here in opposition to SB 1. I'm asking you to oppose this bill because its passage would endanger our religious freedoms. The bill does not grant adequate protections for churches against lawsuits, and it does not protect organizations related to or controlled by churches with respect to the celebration or the promotion of marriage against their religious beliefs. I support equality for all, including the rights of conscience and religious freedom. Many churches have nonprofit organizations to help them carry out their religious missions, such as BYU Hawaii, in case of the LDS Church. The bill covers only religious organizations. It is lacking in protection for these other important institutions that are vital to churches. Furthermore, as a grandmother, I'm opposed to the lack of protection in this bill for the right of religious parents.
Please wrap it up.
Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Finta, and in 1991, when I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force, I took a sacred oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That is why I stand before you today in unwavering support of Senate Bill 1. Thankfully, you senators understand what many who have testified today, and many in this auditorium do not, that the laws of all these United States devolve from the Constitution, not from the Bible, not from the Torah, not from the Quran. And our Constitution does not permit a majority to practice legal discrimination against a minority. Period. It's that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Philip Timbaga. I am from Wailili. I am a UH graduate. I am a straight male. I am a student at the law school. But more importantly, I am a Christian. And for that reason specifically, I support this bill because I feel that there's a difference between what the state can grant and what God grants us. No, this government doesn't have the power to grant God's blessing on any union. And so to say that granting this would be in support of God's will is a misunderstanding in my opinion. I also oppose any amendments to this bill that would relate to religious exemptions because I feel it goes against the Great Commission, which commands us to share with all people the gospel and the good news, and that it should be an opportunity for everyone to share our views with these people and love them and fellowship with them instead of saying, we don't want to speak to you until you stop being gay. That is my opinion, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Senator He and honorable members. My name is Michael Kai. I'm born and raised on the Big Island in the town of Honoka'a. And for the past 12 years, I've been the senior pastor of Inspire Church in Waikele, Mililani, as well as downtown Honolulu. It is an honor to be here. Our church receives everyone of all sexual orientation, race, color, creed, religion. It does not matter. But in this case, I must put my foot down and say that I oppose this bill, specifically for religious reasons, but also because of our motto. The life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness, and it has been our motto since Kamehameha III in 1843 and adopted by this great state in 1959. The people voted to defeat same-sex marriage in 1998, but here we are again. There are two words that stand out in our motto, calling us as centuries through the decades, the words perpetuated and righteousness. I would like to urge our esteemed legislators to not circumvent the protocol and procedure of the process. In letting the people decide, you will be perpetuating righteousness in honoring the people of Hawaii. In doing so, you'll be placing the trust, responsibility, and even placing the pressure on the people in allowing them their right to decide. In close, we ask that you perpetuate the process, honor the people, and in the end, all will be pono in this great land. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. My name is Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole Ka'auvai, and I stand in strong opposition of this bill. As a youth legislator back in 1990, Senator He, I was your first governor at the OHA youth program that we had there. The interesting thing about being at the OHA program, it taught us to conduct ourselves with pono righteously, and when the legislative process was honored and the voice of the people was heard, and ultimately then then the people of Hawaii was honored. They were honored. I believe you should kill this bill. I have over 700 testimonies that will be submitted right here from people around our community in Kailua that are against this bill. And this is the legislative process that we're talking about, where the people have a voice. I believe we should kill this bill, SB1, and offer the people of Hawaii an opportunity to vote in the 2014 on a constitutional amendment defining marriage between one man and one woman. Yes or no, as suggested in House Bill 5 introduced during this session today. It will honor both the proponents and the opponents of same-sex marriage and preserve the integrity of your offices, the legislative process, and honor the people of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. I want to thank you, legislators, for your patient efforts to listen to all the concerns of your constituents. And I know it's been a long day, and I plan to make this short, but I do strongly oppose. My name is Kent Kitagawa, and I strongly oppose this bill. And it does not afford adequate protections for people of faith. It doesn't protect their First Amendment rights based on their institutions, their faith, and their values, and it doesn't give private business owners or other institutions such as schools, faith-based schools, protections, and it doesn't give people, individuals with the strong faith-based values, the protections to not participate in solemnization of sex unions.
Please wrap it up.
Sure. In closing, I just want to invoke the memory of the Super Ferry and how we kind of rushed things through there, and there was a lot of unintended consequences of that cost our taxpayers a lot of money. And I believe that if we rush this, there will be a lot of unintended consequences as well.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. Thank you for your service to our community, to our state. My name is Anthony Swafoa. I am a resident of the state of Hawaii. I am a registered voter. I live in Kaimuki, and I believe Brother Senator Leslie Hara is my representative. I stand in opposition to Senate Bill 1. I have been here since 10 o'clock this morning, wait outside till about noon to get in. I've heard powerful testimony from both sides, emotional stories from both sides. I have heard you, Senators, as this Judiciary Committee, ask questions. If I say this, I would love and I hope that you guys can push this back and allow the people to vote. And if not, I encourage you to push this back to allow yourselves to become experts at this matter. Because there are questions that all of you have, that all of you have asked. I respectfully ask this. I thank you for your service. And again, my name is Anthony Swafoa, and I oppose Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swafoa.
My name is Carol Hayashida, and I strongly oppose SB 1. I come to you as a mother, raising my children to live out their faith, unconditionally love and respect and bless all people, regardless of whether we agree with them or not. We also teach our children they're blessed to live in a country where they can freely express their values, faith, and morals. They should not be forced to embrace values that do not line up with their personal faith. This bill threatens those rights. Up to now, acceptance of alternative lifestyle had virtually no impact in our lives and the lives of our children. However, this bill will force the acceptance through laws, policies, and the teaching of alternative lifestyle in the sex education curriculum of our children. It will bring us into conflict with our individual and personal religious freedoms and rights. Same-sex marriage presents many challenges in the area of parental authority, who is primarily responsible for the education of our children, creating a battle between the right to marry versus religious freedom. With this type of impact on the basic foundations of family and society, I humbly ask that we do not rush into this decision. I ask that you at least delay its passage to be able to address the concerns that many of us have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Group 11 please prepare to or retire to the back of the room to prepare your testimony following Group 10. Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair He and committee members.
Okay.
My name is Jerry Otaguro. I'm a registered voter in Hawaii, and I am testing in opposition to Senate Bill 1. Due to the time restraints, I will focus on just one of my issues. It is about the potential consequences should this bill become law. For example, I have heard testimony about what happened in the educational system in Canada after same-sex marriage became legal, and I have read accounts online of its effects in Massachusetts. Because same-sex marriage became law, schools began to teach alternate lifestyle subjects, and they did not have to notify parents or let them opt their children out from these teachings. In legalizing same-sex marriage, I am afraid there will be a fallout where parents would be stripped of their parental rights in what their children can and cannot be taught, especially in the areas of their religious and moral beliefs. I am concerned that we are restricting ourselves to a mere 6 days of deliberation and abbreviated testimony and not taking the appropriate amount of time to thoroughly examine the second and third order effects of this bill and other issues being brought up today. For such a society-changing issue as this, I implore you to give this more time for discussion and allow the people to vote. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns, and thank you for your service to our state of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Dear Senators, peace and blessings to you. My name is Sukwa Lin. I humbly ask you to vote against SB 1. If this bill passes, I would feel that my constitutional rights as Hawaiian residents and American citizens be greatly violated. I feel that my parental rights and religious rights in particular would be greatly violated. I really do not want my children and future generations to celebrate and even embrace the homosexual lifestyle as normal, healthy, or desirable, let alone be encouraged by every way in the school to try it for themselves. This bill threatened the physical, emotional, and spiritual health of my children. I feel so much violated that I feel like this bill is allowing people to quote-unquote rape me, my family, and my children, not one time, but all the time from generations to come. So if this is a bullying issue, there are Christ-centered, faith-sensitive curriculum that's very popular in public school these days to teach people about honor and bullying. So and we do not need to put our children and our way of life at risk, and we do not need to redefine marriages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We know the mic works.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Honorable Chair and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Labor. My name is Mary So, and I live in Aiea. I oppose same-sex marriage. The democratic process is being circumvented. A decision that you and your colleagues will vote on is of such great magnitude that it should not be made in the time allotted for this bill to become law. This is not pono. Registered voters who have elected people in their political offices should decide on whether same-sex marriage, a highly charged issue, should be here in our island home or not. Let the registered voters decide. In addition, the religious exemption wording should be made more stronger. As it is now written, it does not fully protect Hawaii's clergymen, and they should be protected as they serve a vital part in our community. And finally, one who's a Christian and a Hawaiian, my heart is warmed to know that King Kamehameha III, Kaui Kea o Uli, honored God, looking to him to be their aid, Hawaii's aid, knowing that his providence alone gave them perfect protection and prosperity, and that when their supplication was presented to him, he will guide them, Hawaii, to right measures and sustain them in their work. This is a part of our legacy, honoring God, looking to him. Although the people God loves, same-sex marriage does not honor him. It goes against his word. It dishonors him as who he is, a holy God. Let us do what is right, what is pono, and continue on with the legacy that has been set before us, honoring a holy God as King Kamehameha III did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For you, those of you, I am leaving for a few seconds, so you don't have to say I'm not here. I'm aware of that. Thank you very much.
He was just called into a meeting, so he is listening. But yeah, you can proceed.
My name is Adam Au. I was born and raised in Hong Kong, and I've been in Hawaii for 15 years, and I'm a U.S. citizen for 10 years. And when I know the bill is coming up, and then I asked the Chinese community around, and nobody knows it's happening. So I have three reasons that this bill should be banned. or killed. I mean, the first reason is a lot of Chinese people, they don't know what's happening, and so they are marginalized. So I think we should wait and let them to understand what's going on. The second reason is, from my knowledge, is same-sex marriage is not civil right. In 2002, the United Nations Human Rights Community, formed by 18 human rights experts, they suggest that the same-sex marriage is not civil right. I mean, for those nations that ban same-sex marriage, is not against the civil rights covenant. The third reason is that the fallacy of historical materialism that I learned in China, that we believe that the society evolved from slavery society and then to a feudalism society and then communism, the capitalism society and then the socialism society and then and ultimately communism society. So actually, this is not true. I mean, we can believe that something is better than the other, but I want to say that we need to let the people decide. We should not let some people have ideologies to trump the Constitution of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Holland, Nainoa, Kupono, Kahu, and Tamatoa. Grandma loves you. That's why I'm here. Aloha. My name is Wanda Deirdre Poinahau Kama'u Iokia of Nanakuli and descendant of people Captain Cook first laid eyes on in these isles of the sea, and I oppose Bill SB1 as a matriarch of many and those to come. I represent this ohana, Amena Kikiokaina, and above all, our Father in heaven. I say to you, don't be distracted by your obligations to others in this issue. Just choose the right or let the people decide on this matter. In efforts to preserve the ohana, I share this warning with you. Change to Hawaii and all that it stands for is being threatened. The change targets not only our cultural practices, family traditions, parental approved education, morals, values, and standards, but the one thing that we hold dearly, our religious freedom. I plead to you, don't let society lower your tolerance level when you know that it is not part of this land of aloha and our Father in Heaven's plan. It is time to pray and ask for guidance on where our Father in Heaven needs each of you to be and do in this matter. Again, my name is Wanda Iokia, and I oppose this bill, SB1. Mahalo.
Thank you. Proceed.
I must stand and exercise my freedom of speech to protect my freedom of religion and other freedoms the Founding Fathers acknowledged are God-given and not government-given. They're in danger of being lost, and I'd appreciate your attention and your focus on me. I'm a substitute teacher if you can't tell, okay? If there ever were a time that haste makes waste, it is this. A special session is not the correct venue for the issue of same-sex marriage. These special sessions were designed for times of emergency and disaster, which require quick action, and we are facing neither. I would encourage the Judiciary Committee to refuse to bring SB1 up for a vote. If it were to come to the floor, I would ask the House and Senate to vote it down. Delaying action right here and right now is better than enacting a faulty law and forcing Hawaii to live with far-reaching unintended consequences and years of litigation. Whatever version of SB1 is presented during this session, there has not been ample time for everyone to consider the ramifications and aftermath. What we have seen so far curtails our constitutional right of religious freedom.
Please wrap it up.
Lest there be any mistake, that is not freedom from religion, but it is freedom for individuals to practice religion without government infringement or punishment. I recognize that I have no need or right to impose my belief on anyone, but I retain the right to declare the word of God and to say that in some things a standard matters to everyone, not simply those of my faith. I refuse to have that right legislated away in a week. Senator Sloan, would you please ask me what my opinion on Windsor is?
What is your opinion?
Thank you very much, Senator Sloan. I appreciate that. I believe an important part of Windsor that has not been addressed is that it gave the right to define marriage back to the states. by giving us that right, it means it is not discriminatory, but there's a choice. The people of Hawaii made that choice, and I think we should uphold it. Thank you. Any other questions?
Aloha, Yahi, Senator and the committee here. As a concerned citizen, I am submitting testimony against the special session and the bill that would legalize same-sex marriage. I oppose this special session because it rushes the legislative process and does not give we, the people, sufficient input into the process. I am particularly concerned that the religious exemption clauses are so sparse. Priests, pastors, and churches are exempted under only very limited circumstances. There is no exemption for religious organizations, charities, fraternal societies, nor is there any exemptions for individuals. I'm concerned that my First Amendment rights be protected in the process. We voted on a constitutional amendment in 1998 giving the legislature the power to limit marriage between same-sex couples. That's the only legitimate way to change this, and that's how we, the people, need to do it. We need to be allowed to decide. Let's not circumvent the democratic process. Finally, as a registered Hawaiian, I'd like to remind this assembly that there is etched on every state emblem and walls over our state is that saying, "Ua mau ke ea o ka aina i ka pona ia." Words adopted by our beloved Kauikeoli, King Kamehameha III, who led Hawaii with a Christian constitutional monarchy. And when he spoke of perpetuating righteousness, or that which was pono, he spoke of a righteousness founded on biblical principles he embraced. Let's do what our motto all over the state of Hawaii tells us to do. Let us be pono. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Audrey Keesing. In 1996, I ran for State House of Representatives. I was for same-sex marriage. I've waited 20 years. I'm sorry you guys think that it's been such a slow process.
Can you speak to the mic a little bit?
To me, this has been a very long and troubling experience of 20 years waiting to be able to have equal rights in marriage. I don't see the difference between a man marrying a man, a woman marrying a woman, or a man and a woman marrying in terms of the family stability that can be created that way. I think Hawaii missed the boat economically on the marriages, that you could have made a lot of money being careful about putting these bills through earlier and supporting religious freedom. I'm really sorry that it's taken this long to get this far.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, Group 11, you can start to come into the auditorium. I'm sorry, Group 12. I'm sorry, Group 12 can start to come to the auditorium. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Aloha, Senators. I'm thankful for the opportunity to come and testify. It's ua mau ke ia o ka aina I ka pono. The life of the land is perpetuated by its righteousness. This whole deal is a sham deal. It's wrong. It's a rat in the closet. It's messy. It destroys our rights, our liberties, our freedoms. It destroys our virtue, our moral principles, and our religion. We, the people of Hawaii, are feeling bullied. You elected officials, I'm told this is a done deal. I hope it's not. I hope you're hearing and feeling the people's hearts. Our true nature in Hawaii is to talk story. We love to talk story. I wish our representatives would have come to talk to us about this bill and educate us. We feel in the dark. And I think you folks are too a bit. Legislators, do your job. Don't rush it. I am opposed to this bill. At the beginning, it was all about benefits. And somehow, I think, marriage got hijacked into this whole bill.
Okay, please summarize.
Marriage equality. Marriage is from the beginning, man and woman. It doesn't, the people that are asking for this right, doesn't speak of procreation, nor do they testify of a sacred love.
Thank
I just
you.
want you to know that it's umau ke'ia, but the life of the land. Righteousness is what's going to protect the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Senators. My name is Sandra Young. I'm a family law attorney, and I want to register my strong objection to the process, the legislative process. You violated our constitutional rights. We were given notice that we would be able to testify. There are people here that are ready and willing to testify, but you've changed the process. You've cut off our time. It's unfair. It's wrong. I wanted to address the provisions in this bill, which I believe is profoundly defective. If you simply look at the bill, it seems to allow folks that are in domestic partnerships or in reciprocal beneficiaries to be able to get married. Look at page 6 at the top of page 1. You also should consult with family court regarding the consequences of making Hawaii the gay capital of this world. We're the wedding and honeymoon capital of this world, but you want to allow other people from other countries to be able to get divorced here if they're married here. That is patently unfair to our courts. My clients have to wait months to get into hearings for post-divorce hearings, for guardianship hearing. They're inadequately staffed there. Judges are are already overworked as well as the staff, and you're overloading them. It will hurt the people of Hawaii. And if I may, one more thing point out, because it'll have profound effects on the parentage issue affecting Native Hawaiians. And I think you should look at that provision again, because you're redefining the word presumption. It should never apply in a case where it's to an impossible set of circumstances. Two people of the same sex cannot produce a child. Please do not redefine the word presumption. It's wrong, and it has a lot of consequences, and it will affect Native Hawaiians. Thank you. Thank you.
Before my time starts, I wanted to address, Clayton, you had the B&B.
Your time starts as soon as
Okay.
you say whatever you want to say, respectfully, because that's the rule with everybody.
Okay. My name is Jeannie Vanna, and I strongly oppose this. I'm concerned about the unintended consequences. This bill has a detrimental effect on the visitor industry. We are all made up of many cultures, and what will HTA do to protect us if cultures that come to visit don't respect homosexuality? This is an attack against religion. It radicalizes public education and is an assault on the religious freedoms. This is against natural law. I'm a farmer, and this really, the next step is we're opening a can of worms. Next will legitimize prostitution, sex with children, sex with animals, and marriage with animals. This goes against natural law. The path that we are taking will result in endless lawsuits for our society and an increased cost of health care.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, my name is Donna Ann Agor. I'm opposed to SB1 Marriage Equality Act of 2013. It is contrary to the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, and which was written under the inspiration of God, who is our supreme lawgiver. I also uphold the Defense of Marriage Act that defines marriage is between a man and a woman, which aligns to God's laws in defining marriage. We must remember that our ancestors stood for truth and righteousness in the sight of God. Our state motto is Uamau ke ia o ka aina I ka pono, the life of the land perpetuated in righteousness. I would fervently and humbly ask that the Hawaii State Committee, House of Representatives, and the Hawaii Governor to uphold the Declaration of Independence, the laws of God, and vote no for Hawaii Marriage Equality Act of 2013 and leave it to the voters to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Chair He and committee members. I'm in firm opposition of SB 1. My name is Sean Kawakami, born and raised in Aiea, and lived in Mililani with my beautiful wife Izumi and our 2 daughters. I went to Aimalu Elementary, graduated from Punahou School and UH Manoa. I'm 28 years old, and I want you to know that I am from the younger generation, but the millennials, and I do care about this issue. I strongly disagree with redefining marriage. I'm not a homophobe or a hater. I'm a young person, I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I value and love all people without discrimination. I am all for people being treated equally. If this legislation is truly about equality of federal rights and benefits for same-sex couples, then let's address it at the proper level of government with the U.S. Congress. Pass legislation that gives same-sex couples in civil unions all the rights and benefits that heterosexual married couples have at the federal level, not by redefining the institution of marriage at the state level. By doing so, you will avoid bringing about divisiveness and more unrest in our great state of Hawaii. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair He and members of the committee, my name is Keith Kenyon. I live in Kapolei. I strongly oppose SB 1. I encourage you to vote no on this version of a same-sex marriage bill. Additionally, I am highly recommending that we bring our people back into the very democratic process we all have learned to trust. I do appreciate you seeing so many people today, but I'm more interested in the quality of the time we have than the quantity of people. We only get 1 minute here. This session prevents Hawaii's people the opportunity of being completely heard. It prevents the people from voting to accept the bill as law or not, and it basically undermines the democracy I protected for 25 years through my military service. The people of Hawaii can wait 3 months for a regular session to truly develop a law that will forever affect our lives. Why are we rushing due process when we could get it right? We have 13 other states in Washington, D.C. who already passed same-sex marriage laws. None were passed in special session. Hawaii can learn from their successes and shortfalls. Are we doing that?
Please wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Just a little bit more time.
Thank you.
This special session does not afford the appropriate time for you to thoroughly develop a law that will support all Hawaii people, while the proposed bill currently caters to only a few. Our God, our families, and our public accommodation owners should not be discriminated against in a law that supports same-sex marriages. Please let the people decide, and thank you for your time, the opportunity to testify, and your public service.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair He and members of the committee, thank you for listening today. My name is Shirley Kinoshita. I am a Kapolei registered voter, and I strongly oppose SB 1. I'm sad to say that if this bill passes, shocking changes in curriculum will occur. The curriculum will contain same-gender lifestyle definitions, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, that they are to be taught as acceptable in our society, that they are normal, and that they are natural. I am not of the opinion that those lifestyles are acceptable, normal, or natural. In 1998, 617 voters, including myself, overwhelmingly voted for the constitutional amendment to reserve marriage to opposite gender couples. What happened? If nothing else, I ask you today or in the few days ahead that if you really haven't thought about the effect on school curriculum, that you would do so and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Chairman He and the rest of the members of the committee. My name is Suping Chow, and I'm here today to strongly oppose SB 1 and also to oppose this process of using the special session to try to push forward this bill. I just became a U.S. citizen not many years ago, and from where I come from, I truly value the democracy of this country, the freedom of rights provided by the Constitution of this country. So when we put definition of marriage in the hands of elected legislators, it nullifies the democratic principles that this country has been built on and has made this country so great and so well known in the world. I'm afraid that if we don't protect the democratic process of the issues that affect the people of Hawaii, it might erode the greatness of this country. So I urge the legislators, to please put this thing back into the hands of the people of Hawaii. Let the people decide. Preserve the democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the next person, if you permit me to give you a bit of advice, we understand that we've heard time and again about the special session. Just so that you understand what we understand, we are not in special session because we called ourselves to special session. We were called by the governor. So you folks can keep telling us and demonize the special session, but we're really not the forum that called the special session. It may save you a few seconds with in your time, but just a word of advice that you may wish or may not take. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair He and Senators. My name is Ernest Chow and I oppose SB1. We're asking you to vote no on SB1. Same-sex marriage should not be passed in a special session because a 5-day special session is not enough time to discuss this controversial issue. Hawaii is the only state rushing into a special session as a result of the Supreme Court decision. If the need was truly great, then why haven't the other 34 states that do not permit same-sex marriage have done so also? A yes vote during the special session is a no vote to democracy because the voice of the people is not heard in 5 days special session, especially if the voice is to amend the bill. The legislatures must respect fundamental democratic principles. The people believe that they addressed this issue in 1998 when they voted for marriage between one man and one woman. The people should decide again. Marriage is not a civil right, and no court, including the Supreme Court, has ever said that it is. SB1 is turning it into a civil right.
Thank you very much.
Please, Bill, no.
Chairman He.
Hi, Richard.
Chairman He. Hi.
For those of you who don't know, this is Richard Garcia. He was in the House of Representatives and chaired the House Judiciary Committee. And he's a farmer in Waikani. Thank you for joining us, Richard.
Thank you. Senator He, members of the committee, my name is Richard Garcia, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. However, I would like to state from the outset that I really want to thank you for your service to the community. This is a very difficult issue. It's a very divisive issue, but I know in the end that you will make the right decision because you have to balance a diverse interest of many different groups. And we elect you because we trust you to make those decisions. Whether it agrees with us or not, we know that in the end that you will make that decision. The only point that I want to make is that you defer this issue and try and find a compromise where you can provide the benefits to the same-sex couples that want to marry and at the same time preserve traditional marriage in Hawaii. I know that there is an answer, and I know that you can provide that answer with the expertise that you have and the people that you can count on to provide you with the legal help that you will need from the Attorney General's office. We believe in you and we trust in you. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Aloha, honorary panel and members of this room. My name is Pastor Scott Snoda. I'm a pastor at First Assembly God, but I come to you as I relinquish my voice as a pastor, as a keiki o kaina of this land, and what's in the best interest of the aloha of Hawaii and the people of Hawaii. I vote individually. You individually vote for yourselves. When making the decision, I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1, and I ask each one of you to hear me today that you vote your individual vote with your family in mind. And I think if you would vote as a father, as a wife, as a husband, as a grandfather, as an uncle, or as an auntie, that you would strongly vote against this bill for the best interest of the family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Aloha, Senator He and members of the committee. This is the first time I have ever done something like this, so please have patience with me. My name is Kathy Kama'u, and I strongly oppose this bill. I have deep concerns about the infringement on our religious constitutional rights. I'm concerned for my 13 mo'opunas. I listened to Governor Abercrombie's speech when he was announcing the special session. It is on his website. I know exactly where he talks about Department of Education when he was asked about it. It's 11 minutes and 50 seconds. He states that it will change the curriculum. He states that it will reflect the law of the land and gives many examples of other times where the curriculum has been changed. I am concerned that this would mean that our children would be taught things that are against our religious beliefs. I have another thing. I have 3,400 and plus signatures. This was collected in just 1 week. And it is the people that oppose this bill, and I know many other petitions have been made. I have my third point, and I hope you bear with me on this. There are thousands of people up there. More than 1,000 people followed the guidelines and submitted to testify here, and they have now been denied a voice. They are not being heard, and I don't know why. I think at least if you're not going to give the people the chance to vote, the least you can do is listen to them on something that will affect their lives. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Tetsutani, and I am here to testify in opposition against SB 1. Marriage as we know it is an institution of the church ordained by God, and sometimes we can get lost in trying to help people and trying to make sure people have certain rights or benefits. But I believe that the FDA allows time and tests for safe results, and we have recently have seen in the news the effects of drugs that aren't properly vetted or tested, like the oxylite that causes death. I believe same-sex marriage will also eventually cause death. Instinctively, we know this from the physiological design of our bodies. Homosexuals can have their freedom of relations. Please don't allow the unnatural sexual minority to force their lifestyle onto the majority. We don't really know the effects on the family. It's too early to tell. So to legislate a law that will upset the social norm for as long as we've known it would seem impulsive and unwise. Please do not allow this bill to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, Chairman He and the members of the committee. My name is Jan Tetsutani, and I live in Kapolei. I'm here to testify in opposition of SB 1 for marriage equality. I ask that you would allow the people to decide on the issue of marriage, as I believe that we're cheating the democratic process by allowing this bill to go through this special session. In a regular session, this bill would have the opportunity to be vetted and examined like all other bills. Why not give this bill the same opportunity, especially on such a contentious issue? It does not seem wise or honoring to the people of Hawaii to try and rush the process of such a bill, especially when we see so many concerned citizens. No one can deny the fact that 34 states do not support same-sex marriage. The issue here is not discrimination. Marriage is not a right, but an institution of the church and created by God. Our decisions today will affect our tomorrows. I urge you, therefore, please listen to the hearts of the people, honor them, and vote against this bill so that the democratic process may prevail and all concerns may be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. My name is Dave Bybee. I'm a resident of Laie. And I appreciate what you said, Senator, about you not calling the special session. And I could be wrong, but my understanding is that you don't have to accept it and that you have the right to refuse, but that didn't happen, and here we are. And so because of that, I repeat my first concern, which is that we're here in a rushed special session which doesn't allow the input needed. Second, there are very weak religious exemptions in the bill. And third, and most importantly, an attempt to redefine marriage. A matter of such enormous consequence, as others have said, should not be hastily decided by a small group of people, i.e. the legislature. It should be taken to the enormous body of people who will be most affected by it. We, the people of Hawaii, should be the ones to decide on this and take responsibility for that decision. If we're going to base this decision on the need for benefits, then let's not be selective in our discussion of benefits. Let's include the discussion on what sort of benefits children and society get from traditional institution of marriage. According to millennia of experience and sound research, marriage between a man and a woman is not just a nice option, it's the best scenario we have for the healthy development of children. This should not be about what some socially innovative adults want to try. It should be about what our children need. I ask you, as my elected representatives, to vote against this bill and recommend that this decision be placed where it belongs, in the hands of the people. I realize this may be repetitive, but in a democracy, repetition is power. So today I stand to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dear Honorable Chair He and all of the other senators present here tonight, hello. My name is Jared Pruitt. I live in Mililani. I am in opposition, vehement opposition of Senate Bill 1. This bill is too broadly worded, specifically in its religious exemption language. In the three provisions, the bill mandates that a church or religious organization must meet each requirement in each provision to be exempt. Why is the bill stating that the church must meet certain requirements instead of explicitly detailing protections for any church or religious organization which does not want a same-sex marriage to occur on its property? For there to be any room in the bill for one to argue that a church does not use its facilities for regular religious meetings in order to force it to perform a same-sex marriage is wrong. All of the other states that have passed a same-sex marriage law, they have ensured that churches or religious organizations not wanting to participate in solemnizing a same-sex marriage were protected. Why isn't Hawaii doing the same thing? I and the 1,479 other people who signed this petition, we all encourage you to please vote no on this bill. A no vote is a preservation of religious liberty, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. I would like to thank you sincerely for your time and your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator He and the members of the Judiciary and Labor Committee. Thank you so much for this time that you are giving us to speak our hearts. A minute isn't even close to the amount of time that we need to say the things that are on our hearts. And you have heard our arguments again and again and again. You've heard them all day long. There are thousands who hold the same opinion. I'm not here to belabor the point. I'm not here to continue to repeat what has already been said many times. I simply want to ask you something. See, I'm a mother, and I'm sure that many of you are parents. And are you all right with not having the right to know what is being taught to your child in school? Are you all right with not having the right to decide whether material presented in class is too sensitive for your child's ears? Is it acceptable to you that your child's values will be shaped in this way outside of your purview? I am a mother. The instinct to protect my child is a strong one. The government is not in the business of forcing value structures, and it should not be. I ask humbly and respectfully, let the people decide directly. It is our responsibility. It is our right.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, and thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. My name is Neilani Breeze, and I am a native Hawaiian. I am a wife, and I am a mother. I grew up in a homosexual household, and I love my parents. On one side, I had a homosexual household. On the other, a straight household.
My sisters grew up in the straight home, and I grew up in the homosexual home. There's a definite difference in the way we grew up. Though we were instilled with the same values, no matter which home we grew up in, I am for the rights of homosexuals, equal rights, but I am against the SB1 bill. Because of the education issues, the Hawaiian culture issues, and all the other issues you folks heard today. I ask that you let the people vote, that you wait, that you come to a compromise on how we can come to a common ground, assess the effects in other states, and to just please both sides as much as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will the next group, I believe it's group 12, please, group 12 can do what, Jen? Line up in the back, yes. And would group 13, if you're not in the chamber, please be prepared to testify after group 12. Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair He and committee members. My name is Carol Nakata, and I'm opposed to SB 1. I have two stories to share. After 9 months of pregnancy, my young nephew and his wife were joyfully expecting to welcome their first child. Instead, his wife died during childbirth. The baby, though, survived. This left the husband and extended family with deep grief and years of coping in hardship. My cousin, after 8 months of pregnancy, was expecting to celebrate a new birth. Instead, the baby was delivered dead in a miscarriage. I cite these stories of real grief and suffering to highlight the risks and sacrifices that heterosexual couples endure in the rendering of their uniquely natural contribution to society, children. Homosexual marriages could never match in value the rigors and expenses borne in heterosexual marriages of natural childbearing with its attendant risks, of raising kids in homes balanced with the unique traits of male and female parents, and in the perpetuation of the human race. I gladly support any special benefits and rights above my own that we as society grant to traditional couples. The value of their contributions to society are unique and far exceed what other persons can offer, either singly or as couples. Should the legislature grant homosexual couples a status of marriage on par with heterosexual couples, a true inequality would result. It would mean the granting of equal rights and benefits for unequal contributions. One last word. There is equality in this world that no one can match or control. It is found at the foot of the cross of Jesus Christ. He died as God in the form of man, shedding his blood to prove his love for each of us here, homosexual and heterosexual alike. Thank you for letting me testify.
Aloha and good evening, Senator He, other senators. My name is David Porter. Senator Ihara, I am a resident and a voter in Senate District 10, have been for roughly 40 years. And I stand against Senate Bill 1. I encourage you to refer this decision back to we the people, or acknowledge the choices reflected in House in Hawaii Revised Statute Section 572C-2. Either way, please vote no on this bill. The hierarchy of authority within this constitutional republic is as follows. God created man and gave him a very limited subset of his sovereignty and authority. Man created the nation states and gave it a limited subset of his authority. The states, who through their representatives created and gave the federal government a very limited subset of their own sovereignty and authority. And the federal government, which is the lowest, not the highest rung in this ladder. We the people being the highest. At each level, government is of the people, for the people, and by the people. You are our representatives. You are not the House of Lords. You, the state Senate, one of two houses of representatives
wrap it up.
of the people, elected by and empowered by the people. However, now you're taking action in direct opposition to the noted will of the people, and in fact attempting to strike the statement of their choice from the law.
Please wrap it up.
Yes, sir. There is no First Amendment protection in this bill, and especially in the governor's bill. But I encourage you to return this to the people for our vote. Thank you, sir.
Aloha, Honorable Chair He and Senators of the Committee. I am Mike Ward, a resident of Royal Kunia in Waipahu. I have never testified before a state committee, but I'm here today. As a very concerned senior citizen of this great state, I am submitting this testimony against SB 1. I am an ordained minister and a professor at New Hope Christian College in Hawaii. I am also a father of 3 and a grandfather of 9. For the sake of the 9, I am here. In 1998, I voted for what I understood was defining marriage to be between one man and one woman. We felt then, and we still feel now, that for thousands of years, the institution of marriage has been between one man and one woman. I also oppose this bill because of religious protection clauses and that are inadequate for the people of faith to exercise their First Amendment right of speech and religion, a sacred right that I proudly served in the United States Air Force for 30 years to defend. And I've seen it dismantled in state after state and country after country that implemented this. Thank you for your service.
Hello, Senator He. I haven't seen you for about 20 years. It's good to see you. I used to be writing for Dickie Wong when he was here. My name is Mary Larry Zumi. I'm a single lady. I enjoy the gays. I take dance classes with them. And
Your time is running, you know.
all right, they're a lot of fun, so I'm talking really fast. So it's not about gay rights. This bill is about everyone's freedom of speech. The First Amendment rights being sacrificed for a special interest group, the 14th Amendment gay rights. And Roger Milk did this film called Milk. And he said, I know how we'll get this mainstream. We're going to put it under civil rights. You know, they're very smart marketers, so be aware of that. And by the way, to Abercrombie, since it's not you who is the criminal, like you said, you know, 76 offices are open for this special session, and I don't think it costs just $25,000 like they said in the news media. So we're paying for this, all as taxpayers, so please let us have a say. Is that correct? Anyway, this bill is about coercion. This bill is about coercion of big government on everybody's freedoms. It's going to be including the gays. This is just a practice run for everybody's rights just being stripped away every day, exampled all around the country, like in the Wildflower Inn in Vermont. Before they passed gay marriage, these gays came over to stay at their inn. They used the services. They were fine. The Catholic couple, elderly Catholic couple, just said...
Can you wrap it up?
Yes, I will. I'll finish this story in 3 lines. And they said, you know, we don't mind, but we just want you to know we're old-time Catholics. Well, 2 years later, when the Vermont law passed, they were brought to court by these this gay couple, and they've been going through litigation, not 2-3 years, but years and years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Hannah Dido. I'm a registered voter from Manoa. I'm concerned that we are sending the message that a mother and a father is irrelevant to the development of our children. My heart hurts when I hear children from same-sex families like Rosie O'Donnell's son Parker, and even children from single parents crying that they don't feel they have a complete family. And additionally, domestic violence and HIV amongst homosexuals and costs related to remedy these problems increased significantly in Massachusetts, our model state. When even one male homosexual encounter since 1977 disqualifies them from being a blood donor, it makes me ask, is this really the kind of lifestyle that we want to prescribe for people, our children? Thank you.
All right. Please proceed. Thank you.
Greetings, Chairman He and committee. I'm Betty Jean Anderson, a married voter and 33-year resident of Hawaii. Please oppose Senate Bill 1. This bill will not protect my freedom of religion or right to free speech as a Bible teacher. People of faith are already experiencing discrimination. Why is the gay community intolerant of Christian doctrine and allowed to accuse us of hate crimes and address us as bigots and homophobes? Psychologist Dr. Peter Blichenton on sex roles explains the gender difference. The male and female embryo are identical till the 7th week of pregnancy. The hormones, androgens and testosterone for the male and progesterone and estrogen for the female wash through the brain and spinal cord of the embryo, determining the male and female genders and characteristics, which together procreates the human family and the human race through the institution of marriage. Please protect our civil rights of people of faith. Governor Abercrombie told Representative McDermott he expects polygamy suits within a year. Please oppose Senate Bill 1.
Thank you.
My name is Lauren Anderson. I'm a registered voter from Eva Beach, and I thank you, senators, for listening to us. I'm asking you to oppose SB 1 because marriage is a fundamental building block of society. It is designed by God to transform our hearts from self-centeredness to character and love. When you eliminate the challenge of the gender difference, and those of you who are married know what I'm talking about, you reduce most of marriage to an act of self-actualization or fulfillment. When you add children, and by the way, Professor Higgins really needed Liza Doolittle not to be more like a man. When you add children, which are only produced by unions of men and women, to the experience of marriage, the growth from self-centeredness accelerates again. Anyone in family knows this. Same-sex marriage isn't marriage. Don't confuse the generations that will follow us and weaken their character with a lie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Thank you, Chair He. My name is Paul Hurst, and I'm a constituent in your district. I am rising to voice my opposition to SB 1 for the following 3 reasons. Number 1, this bill has been unilaterally rushed through by Governor Abercrombie. Why is he in such a hurry? Why are you putting up with his bullying tactics? If we are to overturn thousands of years of custom, culture, and tradition, it warrants a much more lengthy deliberation than a special session can afford. If this bill is passed, there's no way to unpass it, no matter what the consequences. Shouldn't we at least wait a few years and study what the consequences of the civil union law are before we rush into this? And number 2, there is no need for this bill. Hawaii already has a civil union law that gives same-sex couples all the benefits of marriage granted by the state of Hawaii. This is not a civil rights issue, nor does it have very much to do with equality. It is merely an attempt by the homosexual lobby to force societal acceptance of a lifestyle. And number 3, the main societal benefit of marriage is the protection of children. SB 1 will cheapen the value of marriage if it is passed. The effect will be to make children more vulnerable as parents take their marriage vows less seriously. And finally, at the very least, more study needs to be done on the effects of children adopted or raised by same-sex couples before rushing into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman He, members of the committee. My name is Rogelio Herrera Jr., registered voter in Mililani, first-generation Mexican-American. After retiring from the military, my wife and I chose to stay in Hawaii because we felt there was no better place on earth to raise our 11 children. We love the culture, the spirit of mutual respect, community support for families, and the opportunity to pass along to our children the same moral values that were given to us by our parents. This bill threatens everything. For this reason and the following, I offer testimony against this bill. First, same-sex marriage is not a civil right. I lived in Washington, D.C. during the civil rights era of the 1960s. As a graduate student, I studied American history and international politics. Sexual preference is not in the same category as civil rights. To put it there grossly cheapens the sacrifice made by true civil rights heroes. Second, please do not ignore the studies that are rigorous, comprehensive, and compelling. Marriage is not LGBT marriage is not an appropriate place to raise children. My own adult daughter, who has been a lesbian for 10 years, agrees wholeheartedly. Finally, like you, Chairman, you bet. Like you, Chairman, we did not ask for this special session, but here we are. So please, do the right thing. Vote against this bill.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kaleni Eliker. I reside in Waipahu, and I am 19 years old, and I oppose this bill. But to state that my choice to oppose this bill isn't merely based on a biased opinion because of my religious background, I state that I understand both sides. Growing up, I grew up without a father. You know, I want you guys to take this to heart. I speak to the people as well that is for it. I grew up without a father. I lacked a father. My biological father left me. My stepdad didn't adopt me under his wing. He didn't like me, but around my freshman year, I became a homosexual, and I practiced homosexuality. And to be real, the fact is I thought I could fill the void with homosexuality, the love of a father. Reaching my high school years, I openly practiced it, and I was still involved in church. I told people in church, and they loved me, you know. So I don't know how you guys feel, but the church that embraced me in just total love. In the end, this past month, I fully was delivered from homosexuality. I'll be closing. I encountered God's love to the fullest. I encountered Him on a personal level. I'll be wrapping up. I'm sorry. But I want you guys to take this to heart. I know that it is hard to understand, and this is a sensitive topic. Knowing what I went through, this is a topic that shouldn't be discussed in 5 days. And I know that it isn't you folks bringing the special session, but I know you guys do have the ability to stop it. You guys can vote no, or you guys can delay it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
My name is Melanie Vakalalambure, and I stand in opposition of this bill. I believe that we, the people of Hawaii, are given the right to vote for our representatives, senators, and those in authority, but we are not given this right to vote for such an important issue that will affect all the people of Hawaii. Growing up in Hawaii, I've learned the value of family and ohana, and now with a family of my very own, I appreciate the traditional values that have been passed down to me. In the world that we're living in, things are popular for a moment, trends and fashions change, but I believe that the institution of marriage between a man and a woman is something that must stand in place. I believe that this is not just about the federal benefits for same-sex marriage, as only 0.2% of Hawaii people have even filed for civil unions. But indeed, this includes hidden agendas that will affect my First Amendment rights, my children's rights and education, and the future and life of this land. Please don't be afraid to let the people decide, and truly may the life of this land be forever perpetuated in righteousness. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair here and Senate committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to bear my testimony before you tonight. My name is Pakela Kaka, and I'm from Kaimuki, and I stand in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. I understand that you guys have heard a lot of people talking tonight about the religious exemptions, and the only thing I want to say about that is that conditional protections are not adequate protections. What I would rather talk about is what I've observed. I've been working hard to understand this issue for the past month, and what I've observed is a great division. And what I see is division in the society. Gays are demonizing the churches to be hateful, to be unaccepting of equality, to be disrespectful of relationship. There's misunderstanding. There's misunderstanding with the media, painting it that only churches are going to be affected by this, that there is protections, there is serious misunderstandings. The churches are upset about how hypocritical it is to grant rights to one group with one hand and to strip rights from another group with your other hand. There is misunderstanding, there is division in your people. Senator Leslie Hara, as my representing senator, would you please ask me how I feel about this division?
Please wrap it up.
Hawaii Revised Statute 5.75 talks about the Aloha Spirit: kindness, unity, humility, patience, and agreeing and understanding each other. At the end, it states that our legislature, our Senate, should consider the Aloha Spirit. Passing this in special session will condemn us to that division. Granting this will condemn us to that. And I understand that I will be finishing up, sorry. I understand that you're not in control of the special session, but you do control the outcome, and you can kill it here in committee and not have us go through this. I ask you to please Please consider the words of a young 19-year-old man who
Please wrap it up.
this. I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator He, members of the panel, my name is Robert Matsumoto. I am an attorney in private practice. I have been involved with civil rights issues for many years as a former president of the Hawaii affiliate of the affiliate of the American Center of Law and Justice. First of all, I disagree with the testimony given this morning by Attorney General Louis. I believe without another amendment to the Constitution, any bill emanating from this committee or from the legislature of the whole may be unconstitutional. I have read Supreme Court cases in Hawaii which gives parameters by which they would look at the language of an amendment. And one of the most important things is that they look to the understanding of the people who voted for the amendment. In this case, obviously, the people voted to define marriage as limited between one man and one woman. Also like to point out that because of the truncated way this special session is being handled, the rights of the people of Hawaii have been breached. That may be another basis for an unconstitutional rendering of any bill that emanates from this session. And lastly, there is no civil right involved here. The late Dr. Martin Luther King, who I think arguably is the greatest civil rights activist and practitioner in the 20th century, stated in a letter from the Birmingham jail that any unjust law not based on a moral law or natural law would be not law at all. And in that sense, any bill that would sanction same-sex marriage is not a natural law, part of a natural law or part of a moral law. So therefore, it's not really a law at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto.
Chairman He, members of the committee, I'm Phil Yasuhara, registered voter from Kapolei. I oppose Senate Bill 1. The 1998 constitutional amendment gives the legislature the right to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, not the power to redefine marriage. I can assure you that as one who voted for the amendment, I thought I was voting to reaffirm natural marriage. You, the legislature, obviously agreed with me because you passed Hawaii Revised Statute 572C2. Last session, this body passed almost 300 bills with the expectation that all those affected would comply with the intent of each piece of legislation. In the past 15 years, we, the people of Hawaii, have granted you only one specific authority, to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples. If you believe that we, the people of Hawaii, have changed our minds, then it is incumbent upon you to vote no on this bill. To vote yes on this bill is a vote against the express will of the people, which you yourselves previously acknowledged. This probably is the most divisive issue you have ever faced. I think you would be well aware that there's a sizable portion of your constituency who do not support this bill.
Please wrap it up.
I therefore urge you to vote no on this bill and let the people decide, not only because it's the most prudent choice for you politically, but also because it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and members of the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Labor. Thank you all for being so patient and listening to us, to all of us so far today, and for your open minds. My name is Leslie Jones, and you have my written testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 1. As an island girl, a constituent, a small business person, and a mental health professional, I'd like to address some points I heard made earlier. First, the department chair at the University of Hawaii Psychology Department left you with a mistaken impression. First, she did not let you know that experts disagree. Second, she indicated that being gay is not a choice, which flies in the face of the evidence that hundreds, if not thousands, of former gays have voluntarily changed to a heterosexual lifestyle. This also gets to your point, your question, Chairman, earlier about why is a black and white marriage different from an LGBT marriage? Because race is immutable, and a gay lifestyle choice is just that, it's a choice. You also asked earlier, how do we reconcile the different religious views from Calvinists, Buddhists, and so forth in terms of Christianity? I would say, to keep it simple, look to Jesus' life and his words. His standard is higher than all of ours, and he can help you to know exactly what we're looking at in terms of supporting traditional marriage. Lastly, obviously you have options. You can include opt-out language if you have to keep the bill as is. You can extend the effective date a year to collect more information. You can consider title protection like we have for other types of licenses, since this is a marriage license bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Chair Chi and members of the committee. My name is Shirley Ching, and I would like to inform you that I am not in favor of Senate Bill 1, as it infringes on what myself and my church believe, Miracle Faith Apostolic Church, that God had ordained over 2,000 years ago the marriage is between one man and one woman. We believe that matrimony is one of the 7 sacraments that God provided for a man and a woman. Marriage is a supernatural act performed by the divine grace of God so that 2 human beings, a man and a female, becomes one flesh. Our Lord said that in the Bible, let no man separate what he had put together. This Senate bill, if passed, would separate the marriage law that God had provided for a man and woman. By changing the law of marriage, it is taking away our rights and belief that marriage is a living sacrament from God, holy between one man and one woman. I'm asking you to please reconsider my testimony and others that not to pass Senate Bill 1 and allow the people to vote.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, my name is Heidi Ka'aihui Laksina, and I am a native Hawaiian and was born and raised in this island, and I am a registered voter on the Big Island. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1 for what's intentions say isn't really what the people of Hawaii are getting, equality for all. For how can you give same-gender couples marriage and yet deny those of us of faith-based religion our First Amendment rights? I heard that if this bill passes, that Hawaii could be looking into gaining millions of dollars due to the same-gender marriages that will be coming to our way. Yet not all the expenses, not at the expenses of our keiki, our churches, and our business. Hawaii is not for sale. The governor was heard saying in regards to this bill, justice delayed is justice denied. Justice for who? 1/5 of 1% of the people who took on civil unions 2 years ago? What about the rest of us, the 1.3 million people who love our Hawaii for what it is?
Please wrap it up.
I think that we should allow the people to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, my name is Sheldon Laksina, and I was born and raised here on Oahu in Waimanalo. My wife and I have 2 children and 3 grandchildren, and I am the lead pastor of New Hope Hilo, Hawaii. As a citizen, I oppose SB 1. The 3 basic components of marriage are 2 people joined together, solemnization and procreation. This bill will give the first 2, but will never fulfill the 3rd. You can redefine the definition of the moon and call it a sun. It may orbit like the sun, have the same shape as the sun, but it will never be able to shine like the sun. Slaves in our country were freed, but the definition of slavery was not changed. Women have the right to vote now, but the definition of woman remains the same. Therefore, changing the definition of marriage does not make for equality, and keeping the definition of marriage does not judge gays at all or make them second-class citizens. Laws will not change the hearts of those who already treat gays disrespectfully. We as a people may have evolved and changed, so redefine civil unions, not marriage. That is true equality. Tell me, with such smart
Please wrap it up.
people in our government, we cannot do better in offering same-sex couples the same rights, benefits, medical fairness, and equality without changing the definition of marriage. In closing, picture yourself on your deathbed. Your colleagues and the governor most likely will not be there, but your family will be. Do not make your decision based on pressure or what a small minority of the states are already doing, just to go with the flow. Rivers do that, only
Thank you very
end up
much.
going down the waterfall. If you vote yes on this bill, you will regret that decision the moment you do if your heart wishes to vote no. Your children will see you as heroes when they find out you went against the grain of pressure and turned from a yes bill to a no. Because
Thank you.
thought of them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure. I was sure before the presenter. Group 13, please assemble in the back. 17.
Good evening, Honorable Chair He and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Labor. My name is Francine Kabab. I am a registered voter from Wahiawa, and I am in strong opposition of Bill SB 1. I am a mother of 4 school-age children, and I am here on their behalf. Since the bill is relating to equal rights, then where is the rights of my children's future? Give me the rights as a parent to vote. Give me my equality. I want to vote. So let me be accountable by voicing it on the ballots. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair He and committee members. My name is Connie Wong, and I'm a medical doctor and a citizen of Hawaii. I'm strongly opposed to this bill. In every state where same-sex marriage has passed, and in Canada, the school curriculum has radically changed. 12 and 13-year-olds are being taught about sodomy, rimming, fisting, toys, and other acts too crude to mention. Keiki are also given a list of gay bars and hangouts with advertisements such as, "We like young guys." HIV is a devastating disease that has recently jumped up 22% in boys aged 13 through 24, according to a CDC study published in 2012, and parents are kept in the dark, deemed helpless to protect their children from HIV and other STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, that could cost them their children's lives. While I was in med school, I volunteered at a place called Calcutta House, which is a hospice for men dying from AIDS. These men suffered so much. They were so thin. They looked like they came from Auschwitz. They were extremely weak, and they were really suffering. Please do not put our keiki here. Kill this bill. Give the people, especially parents, a chance to consider the consequences and let the people decide. Mahalo for listening.
Thank you very much.
Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of this committee, thank you very much for having us. My name is Antonia Agbanawag, and I stand in strong support of Senate Bill 1 relating to equal rights. From the student perspective, my generation is preparing ourselves to make outstanding contributions to our communities. Here at UH Manoa in particular, we have outstanding and diverse students that are looking ahead to start their careers, but many are looking back across the Pacific, and many are leaving this place. We cultivate and empower great minds and talents, but we are suffering from a brain drain. We watch our best and our brightest leave the island for better and more opportunity. Without equality for all, we continue to push people away, but by support of Senate Bill 1, marriage equality, we can make the Aloha State a truly welcoming place for all, for each and every student a fair place to learn and express freely, and afterward, a wonderful place to stay, to work, play, live and love without bias or restriction, and furthermore, an open and safe place to raise a family in whatever form that may be. So mahalo for your time and careful consideration in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening and aloha, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Callie Reed, and as the president of the Young Democrats at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, I'm here to represent our strong support for Senate Bill 1 relating to equal rights. Hawaii is known for its diverse population and abundance of cultural influences. It's important to recognize that allowing equal rights for same-sex couples that enter into a marriage is necessary in maintaining these diversities, as well as supporting equality for all citizens, regardless of each individual sex. Same-sex marriage and marriage equality in Hawaii is long overdue. Being known as the Aloha State, our elected officials should extend the aloha and acceptance across the state for equality for all couples. As young, forward-thinking Democratic student leaders at a leading university in Hawaii, the Young Democrats at UH Manoa endorse marriage equality on campus and throughout the Aloha State. Our organization sanctions justice and equality in all aspects of life. We encourage elected officials to make the right choice and be a part of history in Hawaii by becoming the 15th state in the nation to support same-sex marriage and equality for all Ohanas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I beg your pardon? Thank you, Jen. This is the beginning of group number 13. Please proceed.
Aloha. I am Doran Porter, loving husband of Abdul Halik Porter. We are from Kaneohe, Hawaii. I am here to testify in strong support of SB 1. Some 61 years ago, I wore these shoes. My parents took me into the church to be baptized with the hope that going into the church that early, I would never feel that I wasn't a part of God's family. I sat here throughout this day and heard myself and others whom I love being referred to as they and them. Religious extremism is nothing new. About 60 years ago, another civil rights issue dominated the political sphere, interracial marriage. Christians spewed Bible verses from Old Testament that clearly showed that God did not want the chosen people mixing with other cultures. And more recently, in October of 1996, a woman had the tip of her thumbs cut off for wearing nail and varnish. I could go on and on. Yes, we are used to those who would offer the right to practice religious freedom who would deny us our right to practice religious freedom because it differs from their own. And yes, we are used to politicians who cower to those extremist views. Rather than standing for the rights of the minority, however, this should not be the case in America, and it certainly should not be the case in Hawaii Nye.
Thank you very much.
Dear Honorable Chair He and members of the committee, thank you so much for the privilege of being here to address you. I support marriage as we have always known it, and therefore I oppose Senate Bill 1. My name is Rick Laser. I am a pastor trained in social work, and I pastor a church in Senator Galutaria's district. We focus on the homeless in our community, kind of a Kalakaua group. Two aspects of this really trouble me, the process and the content. You've heard it all today, but a few leaders make a blatant attempt today to simply rewrite 1988 history as though we're not looking. On his website, the governor deceives the public 180 degrees about the intent of 15 years ago. And Attorney General Louis can just strike whole paragraphs from previous law and pretend none of it ever happened and we never had an opinion. And for the content, the religious exemptions language is never going to be working right because the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission and some in the Senate believe the First Amendment protects only individuals. My last thing is the Section 8 of the bill, if you've looked at the divorce provisions that are there. It seems to me this is going to be a bill that we have to pass so that we can find out what's in it. You need the time to study this sufficiently so that we can get at it in January at the very least, or vote no at the most. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I am opposed to SB 1. Like the gentleman before the pastor, they are a minority. I am a native Hawaiian of an indigenous race, and I too am a minority. Well, that's how I feel. And the reason why I say that is because we're so busy wanting them to have their civil rights. And I say, what about the natives? What about us? We have civil rights. So I speak to you, Senator Galataria, Senator He, and Senator Solomon. We are Hawaiians. You and I have been chosen to lead our people. Let's lead our people in a way that they will feel first. Because this is our island. This is our land. We invite people here. We are the aloha. And the real aloha is your queen and the president at that time voted, legal document in Hawaii, marriage is one man and one woman. So please, take our leadership and let's do what's right for the people, for our people, so that we may not feel like second-class citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, I am a resident of Nanakuli, and did you know the Supreme Court ruling on the Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA, did not overturn DOMA in its entirety. This myth is being used extensively in the media to persuade the public into thinking that Hawaii must now act on our marriage laws. In fact, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down only one section of DOMA, Section 3, so that same-sex couples that are legally married in one state are allowed all the federal tax benefits of other married couples in that state. Declaring Section 3 of DOMA unconstitutional means that the federal government cannot deny legally married same-sex couples the federal benefits that are given to married heterosexual couples. There is no other state in the union that is rushing into special session to pass a same-sex law. Should this law pass, Hawaii, the Hawaii legislature, will be the first elected body in the world to elect same-sex marriage overnight and forever obliterate thousands of years of culture, custom, and tradition. I ask you, board, please let the people decide. Thank you.
Senator He, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee,
My name is Jack Hogue, and I think many of you remember that I was co-chair of Traditional Marriage 98, when after several years of measured testimony of various debates throughout the community, we had a constitutional amendment bill that passed by 70% of the people. We had 3 years of people having their democratic right upheld. I implore the committee members that you will give the same opportunity to the people of Hawaii. You know all the reasons about how it got rushed through, and it's not your fault, but the people of Hawaii want to be heard on this issue. And we did it in the 90s. I think that this Senate, I know many of you personally, are up to the same standards of that Senate in 1996, 97, and 98. And I'd appreciate your aloha on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jack, can I ask you a question? Can you repeat again what you said? That I'm sorry, I was distracted when you were talking about what the previous. Did you say 98? I can't remember what you said.
Yes. Well, I said at the outset that you might recall I was co-chair of the Save Traditional Marriage 98, and in those years, 96, 97, 98. And prior, even, we had many committee meetings, many public testimonies for several years before this issue got before the people. And it finally did get before the people. And when the people were heard, 70% of the people voted overwhelmingly for saving traditional marriage. Did I answer your question, sir?
Well, I thought you said that you wanted us to do something, and but I may have misunderstood you. I'm sorry, Jack. The microphone was being fixed when you were talking. So.
No, I just would like the people of Hawaii to have the same opportunity.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jack. Nice to see you.
Aloha.
Hello, Senators. I'm Bernard Mendonça. This is a day that I never thought I would say. I'm happy my parents are not here to see what's going on in Hawaii today. And my mother and father worked for all the war years, and he would not be very upset to see what's going on today. That some senators that are saying yes to this bill are not considering or looking at the people and representing the people that they work for. I gave blood for many years, and they cannot give blood even to me. And when I give blood to all people and help all people. I respect all people. In the end, I want justice and truth for all. And I respect all people. I can say that from the bottom of my heart. And I heard words like civil rights, hate. I don't hate anybody. Any of you hate anybody? The only thing I hated was shooting somebody when I was in Vietnam. That I hated. And why don't all of you that are voting yes for this, let the people of this state decide this?
Thank you very much.
Aloha. Thank you for staying so late and working on this bill. My name is Mike DeWert. I am from District 50 on the Windward side, and I am rising in strong support of SB 1. I was raised religious. I used to belong to one of those religions that wanted to impose its will on the rest of the world. I've read the Bible cover to cover twice. You know what? Nowhere in the Bible is there a word about their legal right to visit your spouse in a hospital. There's no word about the legal right for your spouse to inherit your pension. There's no word about the legal right of your spouse to be on your health insurance. These and a host of other legal rights, duties, and obligations are automatically granted by legal marriage, not religious marriage. I now, having been raised Catholic, see that the exclusionary attitude is wrong. There is a higher right, and that is the right of all our citizens not to have other people's religions imposed upon them. Marriage, these rights should be legal rights. The Catholic Church got used to religious marriage and legal marriage being separated. I'm sorry, legal divorce and religious divorce being separated. They'll get used to it for marriage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. My name is Joseph Paul Kalei, and I am Native Hawaiian. I just recently got married in February, traditionally marriage. I believe that this state should remain the same as it was, so that my children and my generation after me will enjoy the same rights that I had, and for my grandmother and my mother and my father before us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Miller, and I'm against SB 1. Senator He, I heard you ask time and time again if the people seen that education was going to be affected in this bill. We all know that it doesn't mention the fact that education is in the bill, but once this is enacted, then you have to make adjustments for education and things like that. And if you go on to look at what's going on around the country, like Texas, there's teachers, they're not allowed to talk about the things they teach. The children aren't allowed to tell the parents what they're being taught. And that's wrong. The last time a government decided to do that, we ended up with Auschwitz and a bunch of other death camps. So that is totally wrong. And as for marriage, the government didn't even get involved in marriage until the 1700s. And they got involved in it by passing laws against interracial marriage and interracial sex. And with that, in the 1860s, I'm just going to put it out the way it is written on the internet, some greedy politicians found a way to make money to legalize. Instead of righting the wrong and getting rid of the law, they legalized, they came up with a marriage certificate to legalize.
Please wrap it up.
Okay, give me 1 second. They came up with a marriage certificate to where you can legally marry even though it's against the law. And I think that we need to be very, very wise in what we do. And I want to leave you with this final thought. You are representatives of the people. What you believe should not matter. It's what the people want that matters.
You know, just a reminder, we're starting to get off of focus again. We were doing really good, keeping to the 1 minute. So if we can refocus, that would be greatly appreciated. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Kapuakanahele Weiss. I'm 50% Hawaiian. I come from Waianae, and local boy, so I'm going to give them to you in local boy style, I guess. Let's say we were all in an elevator together. You wanted to go to your floor, I wanted to go to mine. And I stop you from pressing your button because I want to go to my floor. And I'm going to take all you guys with me. The minority cannot tell you what to do. So if I stop you from pushing your button, from letting the people vote, you would want to push your button, right? Everybody? Everybody wants to go to their floor. So don't push mine. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Belinda Jacobs from the Christian Counseling and Research Centers of America. I am a trained researcher. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in physics from UCLA. On our board, I have MD doctors that report to the U.S. Secretary of Veterans Affairs as minority Indian leaders. I oppose Senate Bill 1 relating to equal marriage rights without equal but detrimental results. This legislative body, our populace, voted in 1998 what the definition, giving the legislature to define marriage as a woman and a man. In the Civil Unions Bill, you legislative body defined marriage as a woman and a man. I personally believe in supernatural marriage. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder. And that is both for the heterosexual and the homosexual. Hawaiians are the #2 active cases of AIDS in Hawaii. I'm very disappointed to see the statistics change, merging all the Asian cultures together to mute this issue.
Please wrap it up.
Methamphetamine is the #1 and #2 in the United States in this state. We spend $500 million in Hawaii on crystal meth. What misplaced priorities to spend money on a special session, which, according to Representative Galbert, you, legislative body, no, we're tired of being flim-flammed around here.
Thank you very much.
We were told we had 2 minutes per person when we put in
We've
our
tried to
emails.
keep it to 1 minute. You have exceeded that, and you're at 2 minutes.
Okay, at Massachusetts, once gay marriage came into being, it is 30% more HIV and AIDS from 2000 to 2009. This is not the general population's problem. This is the gay and lesbians' problem.
Thank you
they
very
may
much.
not donate blood because of the high statistics of HIV in their blood. If you want more research, you can find it on our webpage, ChristianCounselingofAmerica.org. God bless everybody, and my people do go
Thank
stay and
you
work with me.
very, very much.
Thank you for your patience. My name is Cindy Arakaki. I'm a first-time voter, and I've hesitated to vote in the past only because of uncertainties. And those uncertainties have surfaced for me this time around. I stand in opposition of the Senate Bill 1. I came wanting to share my views, but many people have already shared them, so I'm not going to repeat it. I just wanted to share this point that with you and the public, that we are asked to love God and love one another with love and respect. The process of this bill, I feel, does not meet the respect guidelines. I don't feel respected that I, as a voter, have an opportunity for my voice to be heard other than this format. I would like for the people to have that decision and take this to the people for their vote to be had. I humbly ask that you consider that to be made in this reading, but also I ask that you be open to theonustos, and that's having God's breath upon you, and to lead with your heart and be open to hearing every area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you all for your attention. My name is Rhonda Renault. I'm a wife and a mother of 3 wonderful children. I'm opposed to same-sex marriage. I know that people struggle with gender confusion. They are very nice people. I know a lot of nice people, but it's not what is intended for us. Studies show that gay behavior is harmful to the human body. We teach our children not to do things that are harmful to our bodies, like smoking. But do you want to teach them that sex between the same gender is okay when it is harmful to us? I recently took my 11-year-old daughter shopping in the mall. While she was trying on clothes, men were coming in to try on women's clothes. And this was very upsetting and scary for me and my daughter. My daughter is already shy, and I don't want men in my dressing room or in my bathroom or in my schools. I don't want this to be taught in my school, and I don't want it to be forced in my church. It's not okay. In Hawaii, we love all people, but we don't like their actions, and it shouldn't be forced on us. I feel an invasion of privacy and fear for my family's safety. A lot of people in favor of this bill aren't even from here. Our Constitution protects the sanctity of marriage between a man and a woman. Why is this even coming up for a vote, and why aren't we given a say in it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Gregorio. I came here, I've been here since 8 o'clock a.m. this morning, and I just found out this meeting on the TV that there was a 10:45 a.m. special session regarding to gay. I'm not prepared to anything like everybody else came in here, but let me just give you just a moment of myself. I came from a divorced family, meaning my first marriage was divorce. and I ended up with 3 kids alone, very young, until the wife took them away from me at age 8. To this day, I have a son that has AIDS because he took the wrong way when he was a teenager with his mom. Okay, I still love him very much. God blessed me with a new family now, living here in Hawaii with 3 more kids, very young. And so when I heard this here, all I can tell you, I'm glad all 7 of you are on the chair. God gave us common sense. Every one of you have common sense, and every one of you right now are on the checkpoint right now. So either let the people vote, or they'll vote for you next 2014, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Janella Hung, and I'm a registered voter from Moanaloa. I'm strongly opposed to Senate Bill 1 for 2 reasons. First, this bill is not about giving equal rights with regards to marriage to same-sex couples, but is in truth according new rights to same-sex couples at the expense of destroying the historical, cultural, and societal definition of marriage in Hawaii, as well as rushing headlong into a course of action without carefully considering and allowing enough public input into the many intended and unintended consequences that will follow. Second, and most importantly, at its heart, the issue of same-sex marriage is really a question of ethics, whether same-sex attraction is a matter of choice or not. If it's a choice, then it does not deserve equal treatment. If it is a choice, then it does. But since both sides are argued emphatically and neither side is willing to concede, this is an issue best decided by the people of Hawaii in a constitutional referendum. America's founding fathers created our U.S. Constitution in such a way so that controversial such as this could be decided by the people, and Hawaii's Constitution mirrors this. Therefore, I implore you, the elected public servants of Hawaii, to respect the process of democracy and let the people decide in this issue. This is an issue that generates such controversy and will have such a widespread effect on everyone in Hawaii. It's not right that a small number of people, I'm almost done, make the choice from 1.5 million people in Hawaii on this divisive issue. Please put the issue to a public referendum to truly settle the question about whether or not the people want to have a new institution of same-sex marriage, or if they've not changed their minds and want to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I start, I would like to first, can I please have everybody's attention?
You know, we're trying to keep everybody the same. So once you start talking, the clock starts tolling. We're not changing the rules for anybody. We're making it all the same. So you can start when you start talking. We'll start tolling the clock. Please proceed.
Okay, please have your attention. I am Heavenly Asato, and I am 17 years old, and I go to Christian Academy. And I would like you to know that this really does affect my future, the future of our generations, the future of your children. Do you want them to be taught these things in their schools of gays? And we love the gays as Christians. And yet, you know what? That this is not right. I have a future. And I am going to be a citizen of this state. This is my future. And I would just like you to know that. And that we have also sent out petitions, many petitions that you may have seen already, that has been student-led under the ages of 30, that one representative has issued, that has said that we do not care. I am one of them that does care. Please, for my future and for this state, for my fellow students, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, can I give this to the sheriff over there? This is actually for him. There are more coming, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Stanley Kusuhara, and I'm strongly against this SB1. I share many of the same sentiments as the speakers before me, but my concern is that you seem to be sitting in judgment of the people of Hawaii. Back in 1998, when that legislature convened, they showed great wisdom in letting the people vote on this issue. And I pray that you will show the same kind of wisdom by letting the people vote on an issue such as this. Thank you.
Honorary Chairman He and members of the Judiciary Committee, I am opposed to SB1. My name is Pastor Daniel Kanashiro. But please come with me to visit your past. Your past as a young child with a mom and dad. And when time was right, like everyone in this room, we chose a relationship of man and woman or same sex. But we did it as an adult. But what about the young one-year-old infant that gets adopted into a male-male or female-female marriage? How would it change their upbringing? And how would it affect their perspective on the biblical couple of man and woman? Shouldn't the young infant have the same opportunity we all had to experience a mom and dad, and then at an appropriate age choose a relationship, whether or not it be man and woman or same sex? Finally, I ask each of you of the committee, how would each of you have grown up if you were raised by 2 men or 2 women? Please let the people decide.
Thank you very much.
Senator He and the rest of our senators, thank you for your patience. My name is Michael Abagon. I'm a minister of a Southern Baptist Church here in Hawaii. But I come to you as a husband to my wife, Christina, and as a father to my 3 sons, Micah, Miko, and Meshach. I tell my children that when you make decisions, you better think it right. And I tell my children, don't be hasty. I tell my children, what's going on right now, this fast track is so fast, they need to reconsider. And I ask the committee that you would reconsider. I also tell my children that this is the land of Ohana. It means that we respect every viewpoint, but we do not have to legalize every behavior. We tell our children, accept everyone. But when a habit crosses the line that our Creator puts, that's where we set our limit. And I want to ask the committee, please seriously consider turn down this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Group 14, if you will kindly assemble near the back of the auditorium. We're near the end of Group 13. Thank you, Jen. Yeah.
Chair He, members of the committee, Judiciary and Labor. My name is John Ferris. I have my wife standing next to me, Kyoko Ferris. I add my voice and testimony in opposition to Bill SB1. I strongly oppose to the way the governor and you, the elected officials, have secretly decided on this bill before it getting to the floor of the Senate and House. The principles of democracy, the democratic process, and the people are being undermined, disregarded, and trampled on in this special session. I support equality for all, including the rights of conscientious and religious freedoms. The wording of this bill is mean-spirited and cynical. It contradicts and eliminates religious freedom. As our elected representatives, we request you to provide as much protection for religious and conscientious freedoms as you have done to protect the opposing view. This bill should be rejected and given due process where the wording of this bill can be properly examined and agreed upon during the regular session as all other bills. The people have already voted on this issue and elected you to serve as their voices, should you have a say in public policy.
Thank you very much.
This legislation should not be done in secrecy.
Please wrap it up.
Yes. Should not be done in secrecy behind closed doors with only one side being heard and catered to. You say that it's only the governor's doing. You're all in this together, and if you're not, prove it. Thank you.
Aloha mai, my name is Namele Lani Akiona. I'm 19 from the Big Island of Hawaii. I come before you all humbly and with all of my aloha, and I have been called here on the behalf under the authority of our Lord, God, and Savior. I'm here to testify my freedom of religion against the same-sex marriage bill. As a Christian, I do not condone or ignore sin, nor am I here to judge or condemn anyone. Rather, I have come to share the love of God and the forgiveness of sins that is available to all humans, including the gay community, through Jesus Christ. This occasion is not a battle between Christians and the gay community, or as Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 says, "For the battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of the evil heavenly realms." And that should be the reason why Christians have come here today. I do understand the viewpoint of equality and human rights, but what is our purpose as humans? We must all have a purpose in order to even recognize the possibility of good
Please wrap it
or
up.
evil, thank you, or justice. Our purpose and destiny cannot be simply explained by biology or science or just death. Every human being feels hope in their heart for something perfectly good and divine. That is our human nature. And through this bill, our purpose as humans become distorted, desacralized, unconnected, and insignificant. And to give sanction to same-sex marriage would be to give approval to all immoral desires.
Thank
that are
you very
shameful,
much.
Unnatural, lustful, and indecent.
Thank you, Jen.
I am one of those who are against the SB1. I am a native Hawaiian born and raised in Hawaii, and I know most of you up there are Hawaiian. Yes, we are the law state that was built on love, God's love, that is. Hawaii was built on God's word and Christianity before these islands became a state. The missionaries taught the Hawaiian ancestors how to read and speak English so they could read the word of God and follow the word of God. Kamehameha, the Queen Liliuokalani, and even a Father Damien, whose statue is in front, were men and women of God who stand up for truth and love. I read a part of what Kamehameha wrote in 1840, that no law shall be enacted which is the variance with the word of the Lord Jehovah, or at the variance with the general spirit of his word. All laws of the island shall be in consistency with the general spirit of God's law. This will hurt the future of my children, so I stand for those who can't speak. Thank you.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Article 1, freedom of religion, has been compromised by a simple, neatly disguised phrase known as public accommodation. The business owners that stood their religious moral values, stood for marriage between men and women, refused their facilities based on the principles of marriage, not only on same-sex couples, but also on couples who were heterosexuals and not married. Yet, they were ruled against them. The very same phrase, public accommodation, will hold religious institutions accountable to vet this, if you vet this bill. And if this bill passes, that same guidance will be used to judge our churches and our religious institution. The public has more to say, and you cutting off the public is inconsistent with democracy. This is not democracy. I oppose SB 1. Thank you.
Chair He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Eric Iwasa, and I stand before you representing my wife and my two daughters, Hope and Hannah. And I'm pleased to say that my two daughters get it, that God has created man and woman differently, and God has created marriage between one man and one woman. We are against Senate Bill number 1 and strongly believe in traditional marriage, which is a sacred, legal, social union ordained by God and is an exclusive relationship between one man and one woman. We are deeply concerned about the negative impacts of this bill on Hawaii's families, children, and grandchildren, teachers, churches, and small business owners. The special session does not allow adequate time to discuss this very important issue that so many feel deeply about. This issue should be best decided by a constitutional amendment so that it truly reflects the will of the people. I humbly ask that you will let the people decide on this very important issue. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. And I want to say to everyone in that corner over there, we love you. No matter what happens today, we love you. And we are here because we have something, difference of opinions. But what you do in your home is fine. What I do in my home is fine. So I don't want the lesbians, gay, come and teach my children. And that's my concern here today. Who is going to tell my kids?
Can you testify to us on
Yes.
Senate Bill 1?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
strongly oppose. Number one, the CDC shows that 22% has increased. As a registered nurse, the first thing that happens is AIDS. And what happens when they get AIDS? They get immunosuppressed, the lungs, the breath of life goes, and we don't have enough rooms for isolation. If you walk on Queens, those hospitals are not prepared. So I'm asking you, when are you going to build a hospital, a new hospital that has the technology, that we don't have to send patients to San Francisco, to Southern California, to Texas? Are we ready? So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I strongly oppose to the bill for the consequences that it's going to bring to your family and your children.
My name is Calvin Cavasso from Waimanalo. Good evening, Chairman Clayton He and members. One reason I oppose this bill is that it has the effectual result of denying the free exercise of faith or religion by individuals, organizations, businesses, schools, churches, and others. A second reason I oppose this bill is that as written, it wrongfully places into law a preferred civil rights status based on a moral or chosen behavior lifestyle to the exclusion of other moral lifestyle beliefs and values far beyond immutable civil rights. This bill as proposed will effectively quell free speech and assembly based on the moral values relating to sexuality, marriage, family, and many other of our Hawaii values. The subject, wording, and ramifications of this bill need much greater study, both of impact and long-term ramifications, including its unintended consequences in all aspects of our community. I respectfully ask you, Chairman, to hold this bill for full consideration in the January session. God bless you.
Thank you, Cam.
Good evening, Chair He and committee members. I'm Mike Galoyu, a retired Air Force officer who strongly supports SB 1. I support this because, first of all, for my son Michael, who deserves to be an equal citizen in the state of Hawaii, just like his sister. I also support it for all the past and present gay sisters and brothers in all military service who served and in some cases died to defend the Constitution of the United States. For those who say there's not been enough time to discuss this issue, we've been discussing this issue since the 90s. Over the years, I haven't heard anything new from the opposition, just the way they say it. If they want to vote, should we vote on their civil rights to freely gather to express their religious conviction? I say no, because we should not be voting on civil rights and we should not vote on same-gender marriage. Same-gender couples should not have to leave the state to get married, and even if they do, they still will not receive all the federal benefits if we do not have equal equality marriage rights in Hawaii. A month ago, I traveled through 5 states that have same-gender marriage, and they're all doing fine spiritually and economically. I wish some folks would listen to Pope Francis and leave the gay people alone, get to feeding the hungry, take care of the poor, and spread love and not fear. Although I have much more to say, I will just say thank you for the opportunity to state my strong support for SB 1.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Uilani, and my husband, and we both oppose this bill, and we'd just like the people to be able to vote on this bill, and we just want to oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Marshall, and it's funny that Les Ihar just left because I ran against him in the last election. I think he saw me in line, so he got a little scared. But I'm opposing this bill basically on the. I had to say that, especially because he left. But basically, with the time I have left, I wanted to point out a couple things that nobody has mentioned Basically, there's the line in page 4 that talks about the husbands and wives will be pretty much scratched off of this, off the books. And what I want to ask you guys in the Judiciary Committee is how come in page 8, line 1, it relists husband and wife in the same, in the same law that you guys are putting out. You're writing not to write that law, those words in, but yet you write it right there in page 8, line 1. Okay, it doesn't make sense. I don't know who wrote these things. You guys need to get better lawyers. I hear you got 9 of them in the Democrat side. I am also on the Republican Party. I have to give the full disclosure. I am, one of those guys on the other side that gets to vote against, tries to vote against you guys and tries to work against what you guys do here in this state. So, also I want to state that one other thing that is not pointed out is also the part that says that there's this discrimination not on race, or, well, I'm calling it race or gender, but basically if you look in there, there's a basic saying that you cannot be of any relationship whatsoever by ancestry or by descendant. If you look up the word descendant, it basically means anybody of the same race. So if you look at this law, basically white people can't marry white people, gay or straight. Japanese can't marry Japanese.
Thank you very much.
And you just keep looking down the line at this law, and you'll see a lot of little discrepancies that just make this law doesn't make sense and unconstitutional. So again, just oppose this, work on the bill, try to make it work for the people.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Cohen. I'm a pastor at First Assembly of God. I want to thank you all for all your hard work in protecting the constitutional rights that I have, and I speak on behalf of this generation under 25. That being said, it's brought to my attention that my generation is seen as apathetic towards the government and political issues. I stand before you as a concerned citizen under 25, speaking for many young people in my generation who are afraid to speak their convictions, beliefs, and risk of being called a bigot, intolerant, and a homophobe. I speak for them as they, along with 1,000 plus in this petition against this same-sex marriage bill. Besides my religious beliefs in support of traditional marriage, I believe that this bill needs to go through due process and must be properly examined, allowing the people to speak up. I cannot see how a people can live in freedom of their belief if they have to constantly fear of breaking the law or being considered haters. As you review, deliberate, and vote on this bill, I ask you to keep in mind that this bill will not only affect a single group of people, but all citizens of Hawaii. As a concerned citizen under 25 representing this generation, I ask you to protect my rights to practice my beliefs of my choosing, and my rights not to live in fear of persecution. I ask that you will fulfill your role to protect the people of this great land. Again, I'm opposed to this bill as a citizen under 25 to speak to those of my generation.
My name is Loree Purdy, and I strongly oppose this bill. My history is working for 25 years with children, male and female, who have been sexually molested. I worked with women who have been raped, beaten, homeless of all groups, verbally and physically abused women and teenagers, transvestite. I was blessed to spend the last 2 months taking care of my best friend from my childhood, watching him die of AIDS. I have girlfriends who are lesbians that I love deeply and have high regard for. I have several nephews, cousins who are gay that I have deepest love for. I love none of these people any less because of their choices. From all this and the knowledge of their history, childhood memories can bring more hurt than inspiration. The voices of their past has cursed them, belittled them, ignored them. God wants to give them grace. I have a deep relationship with Christ, and I represent God tonight. I have lived for the last 43 years in many of your districts. You have represented your districts well, and I trust your wisdom to oppose this bill. Let the people of Hawaii vote. Bitterness is its own prison.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Todd Nishimura, Associate Pastor of New Hope Leeward. I would like to testify in opposition to this bill. At our church, we welcome, respect, and embrace people of all sexual orientation, race, color, and creed. However, I strongly feel that this bill circumvents the democratic process. Taking it to special session will only allow 5 days, which is not enough time, to make a decision on an issue that is so highly controversial for the people of our state. The current language of the bill is vague and problematic, and thereby jeopardizes our First Amendment right. Furthermore, the clause on public accommodation will, if passed, become an obstacle for many of our churches to continue to partner with many of the community and public organizations that we do now. We want to do good for our community, and we want to partner with our community to be able to do that. In 1998, a state constitutional amendment was made to uphold traditional marriage because it represented the will of the people, and for some reason, it's being brought to question again. So if the will of the people needs to be restated and reconfirmed, then please let the people express their beliefs by letting it being brought to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Group number 14 should be prepared to assemble in the back. Oh, then group 15. Thank you. Yeah, we have about 50 more people.
50 more people.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Alex Shimizu. I'm a registered voter, and I oppose SB 1. I'm also a teacher in our public schools. As an educator, I'm regularly called upon to make informed decisions about the curricula I teach. I'm asked to exercise judgment based on best practice and standards. But if this bill passes, I will be stripped of that opportunity, as will thousands of other educators in the state of Hawaii. And simply stated, it takes the average person about 3 to 5 months to make a decision to buy a car. That's a car. With the far-reaching consequences of this bill, prudence demands that we slow down. Let's just take time. If we did nothing in this special session, no negative consequences would result, except that we would open up discussion and hash out the details. Let's give it time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chairman He and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Vanya Reyes of Pearl City, and I strongly oppose SB 1. I am asking you to allow the people to decide on the issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature is going against the will of the people. I support equal rights for all, and I respect lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals. However, I believe that equality should be available to all people and not just favor the minority. This special session is not including the rights of religious freedom and is stifling the freedom of speech, which I ask you to respect as our elected leaders. As a public school teacher, I fight against bullying every day, and I teach my students to be fair and respectful to all. I expect my government to do the same to me. This bill will severely impact my freedoms as a religious person. I do not want this bill to change the public school curriculum and my profession as a teacher. I am opposed to the most contentious social issue in our history, and I ask that you please uphold the principles of democracy and the democratic process which are being discarded in this special session. I am 24 years old. I care about my home and my government, and there are many other young voters out there who care and want their voices to be heard. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Lana Lando. I am a married woman of almost 40 years. I am a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. What I'm worried about is the ramifications of this, how this will affect my family in the future years. So I oppose SB 1, and I hope, as we have put you in this position to make the right decisions for us, that you would hear what the people are saying. As I was standing out there watching the thousands of people standing for our rights, we just want you to know, senators, that you have the power in your hands to change this. So please do what you need to do. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Lochbeth Eguchi, and I'm from Makiki, Honolulu. I'm here to strongly oppose this bill. You know, we were watching you, and every so often you have a disgruntled face. And my son had questioned, because I had made a comment about it, my son questioned why I would make that comment, because you would have to sit through repetitive. Everybody's saying the same thing over and over. But I shared with him that this is what I believe. As an American citizen, I have the right, and everyone else has the right, to be heard. And so, in my belief, I believe that this is not a bill that should pass, and this is something that you should allow the people to vote on. I believe that it is just as much my civil rights, too, that I have the opportunity to voice myself in the ballot. So I strongly oppose this. Thank you very much.
Aloha, Chair He, members of the committee. I'm Frederick Rolfing. I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. Marriage during the time of the Hawaiian Kingdom was defined to consist exclusively of one man and one woman. This legal definition of marriage has continued in Hawaii up until the present time. It's consistent with the marriage laws of 92% of the nations of this world. This is a child-centered understanding of marriage. It's served in virtually all human society to encourage men and women who may create a child to take responsibility for that child and for one another. It's the most effective way for society to promote the child's opportunity to know and be raised by his or her own mother and father. Marriage also promotes the integration of men and women by treating both as essential to society's most basic and foundational unit. It rejects the idea that men and women, mothers and fathers, are fungible. The importance of this issue and the 1998 amendment to the Constitution, I think, cries out to give the public an opportunity to weigh in on this issue. And as senators, you know, the only opportunity that the voters have in this state to do this is through a constitutional amendment passed by the legislature and submitted to the voters for ratification. We have no other recourse, no initiative process. So I would ask that you hold this bill until a constitutional amendment is passed that would allow the legislature to redefine marriage to include a single-sex option. Thank you.
Chair He, Vice Chair, and members, thank you for your time and service. My name is Bryn Villers. I have a Bachelor of Science in Zoology. I am a voting resident of Senate District 10, and I stand opposed to this measure and the legalization of same-sex marriage. Despite previous testimony to the contrary, biology plays a critical role in this decision because the claim of civil rights is sourced partly in a group sharing an immutable characteristic. Nothing in scientific literature has ever shown conclusively that homosexuality or sexual orientation is a genetically determined prenatal characteristic despite decades of research and countless expended dollars. Yet the actions of the gay community taken as a whole, while protected under law, carry inherent statistically verified danger. For example, the CDC in March 2010 found the rate of new HIV diagnoses among men who have sex with men is more than 44 times that of other men. The rate of syphilis is more than 46 times more. The state's place is to regulate, not promote detrimental behavior, and foster beneficial behavior while respecting freedoms guaranteed by the state and federal constitutions. You've also heard a lot about love. The state does not recognize love, or there would be a love test from the state before marriage. The state has an absolute interest in promoting the heterosexual monogamous family environment of biological parents above all other situations. The National Family Structures Study strongly indicates that to be reality. Please vote no and let the people decide.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm an introvert. This is really nerve-wracking. My name is Carrie Villers. I'm a voter of Senate District 10, and I oppose SB 1 and same-sex marriage. This is basically being put forth as a civil rights issue, and quite frankly, I'm Hapa Hawaiian, Black, and Chinese, and that's kind of offensive to me because you are comparing me with a class of people who have no evidence of this being an immutable trait, and you're associating that with the color of my skin. I'm also concerned that there are no individual protections in this bill. Constitutional rights apply to individuals, and yet the only exemptions are for organizations and for pastors, which is one class of persons. And lastly, without the support of the people, it's clear that there's a lot of opposition to this measure. You are creating a societal rift. When this spills over into the public education system, you're going to pit the values of the state against the values of the parents and the family, and that's very concerning to me because it's not healthy. It's harmful for all people.
Thank you, Jed.
My name is Colette Hinchcliffe. I am testifying in opposition of SB 1. My first concern is the lack of religious protections for those who do not support same-sex marriage. Despite the recent changes to the bill, constitutional lawyers have confirmed the protections are not adequate. Tolerance must be a two-way street. It seems our modern society demands tolerance towards special interest groups while villainizing those with traditional values. Only when you have a bill that adequately protects both parties will true equality be met. My second concern is the societal changes this will have that are not adequately understood. The basic unit of society is the family. When the family is changed, society is affected. To the senators voting yes, are you ready to take responsibility for these changes? My concern is you are not, as illustrated by a question asked by yourself, Chair He, in regards to parents' ability to opt out of controversial education for their children asked to a woman earlier. You indicated there was nothing in the bill concerning education and seemed to dismiss her statement as an unjustified fear. This says to me that you have not considered the far-reaching effects of this bill. You do not have the answers to these important questions and therefore are not ready to make this decision. Please vote no on SB 1. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexander Maimer. I'm a new citizen of the United States, and I'm a treasurer of Hawaii Family Advocates. I'm here on behalf of Jim Hochberg, who could not be here at this time to testify. Not that this is not important. It's a very important issue, and he submitted a 4-page testimony for you to consider and ask you to kill this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Senator He and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name's Sean Louise. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing civil rights in Hawaii for 16 years. I'm the co-lead counsel in the Aloha Bed and Breakfast that, Senator He, you were asking questions with Dan Gluck about. He was in group number 8. And we just filed our briefs in that case in September, and it's on appeal, interlocutory before the Intermediate Court of Appeals. He did make some comments about whether or not there is an exemption within the Constitution, and I'd like to bring to the committee's attention Hobby Lobby en banc, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals en banc voted that there is an individual right that the First Amendment freedom of religion does not just apply to religious institutions and churches, but it is an individual right, and that was decided not just by 3 judges of the federal panel, but the entire panel altogether decided that decision on June 21st of this past summer. Previously, the Boy Scouts of America case and the Hurley said that the individual right under the First Amendment cannot be overwritten by a state statute, and the exemption that is set forth in Senate Bill 1, it has 3 conditions for the church to qualify. Churches are automatically exempt under 501c1. Then they have tax-exempt status under 501c3. And to say that you'll look
Mr.
at...
Louise, if you could wrap it up.
Yes, Senator. If you could just think that to examine churches on whether or not they make a profit for rental of wedding space on their properties when they're already exempt under the federal law and state law, that seems to be a peculiar provision that's in the law. And Senator He, if you or any members have any questions about Aloha Bed and Breakfast, Ocean Grove, or any of these other cases, I'd be more than happy to answer them since I do practice this area of law.
Thank you for your offer.
Thank you.
Hello, Micah Cole. Anake Malama, can you open up your eyes, please? How's it? Everybody's eyes on me. Thank you very much. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I need your attention. My name is Jaren Kaleokalani, Teron Kaleokalani Sung. I'm a UH Manoa student studying Hawaiian Studies. I also represent the young generation who strongly oppose this bill with all my heart. Anake Malama, thank you. You know, I heard Senator He speak at my Koana scholarship reception. I was so impressed and inspired and proud to be a better Hawaiian citizen. And, you know, he knows all right that our voices as Hawaiians have been silent for a long, long time. And I'm here to make it heard. Again, I strongly oppose this bill. I have read and researched this bill, and the process is wrong. It does not exempt my church, which is a public accommodation. And also, we need to let the people vote on this bill. It's simply that. Why is it so important to call a special session? It's not important. What about Native Hawaiian rights? That should be a special session. Our children's education, that should also be another special session. And aloha mai kako, I love you guys.
Thank you.
Aloha, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, Chair He, and the rest of the Judiciary and Labor Committee members. I think a lot of you guys know by looking at the audience that we don't get your attention. I've been watching from upstairs and downstairs in the rotunda for over 12 hours, and I noticed how disinterested some of you guys are. And I would ask for you folks, I think it's been said clearly that people want to be heard. And thank you for you guys' attention and your service here. I know it's grueling and it's long hours, but we've waited here as well. And to just hear the people, do whatever you guys can, and exercise that agency that we have. My name is Saranda Inocencio. I'm from Hilo. But I live and work here and serve the public that you see in front of you, both transgender, bisexual, whatever the sexual preferences are. I love them, I respect them, and it's our duty to love unconditionally, whether or not it's stated in the Constitution. Love unconditionally, pay attention to the people, because there are a lot of messages being said, because there's a lot of hardships that our lesbian, bisexual, gay, transsexual community have gone through, as well as the regular people. So I ask that you vote in opposition of SB 1, and thank you for your time. Aloha.
Aloha, my name is Allison Harney, and I am a mother of 9, grandmother of 9, and I speak on behalf of them. Although I don't agree with the lifestyle of a gay person, I do agree that we do all have the right to choose the way we want to live. But if it's true what happened in Massachusetts, what's going to happen to my right as a parent when I don't have a say in their education? Will I be subject to arrest also if I want to up my child out of the classroom, if they're teaching them something that I don't want them to learn? I think it's evident here that from the testimony and the people that showed up here today that we all want the right to vote. So please put it before us and let us have a say. Thank you.
Aloha mai kākou, o wau kaleli'i, mai kaina o Pau'ua. I am Kaleli'i and I'm a Native Hawaiian, and I strongly oppose this bill. Like my cousin Jaren said, this for me is very important. This bill is important. And I want to focus on the process that is being going through, the special session. Why not wait till January and take the time and examine everything and really get to know this bill and what has been put out? Like my cousin said, there's a lot of Hawaiian rights, there's a lot of other things that are important as well. So why only this get the special session? Why not Hawaiian rights? We have been oppressed for so many years. I am also a member of a religious group as well. And I know that we need to closely examine what we are doing. I may look 30, but I'm with the young people. I'm actually 23. And we are not all for this bill. I am against this bill. I am 23. My name is Kaleli'i Baldwin, and I strongly oppose this bill. Mahalo.
Aloha, and thank you for taking time for allowing us to be able to voice our opinion. I am strongly in opposition of SB 1, and I'd just like to say that I'd like to have the opportunity and be able to speak in behalf of my 4 children and my grandchildren, and I would like you guys to let us to vote and let us speak, so that way it is the right way to let the democratic process begin. Thank you.
Aloha, good evening. My name is Tiare Lando and I oppose SB1. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother, and I'm also a licensed care home operator serving our kupuna here in the state of Hawaii. And growing up, I grew up in the home with my mom and dad and my tutu and papa. And I know that you guys didn't call this special session, our Governor Abercrombie did, but something my papa used to say is 2 wrongs don't make a right. And so you guys have it in your hands to either kill this bill or let the people vote. And unanimously, on both sides, I believe that we deserve to each have a say and have a voice in this. Also, I really just keep bringing to mind that Rome was not built in one day, but it fell in one. And so traditional marriage between a man and a woman has been around forever. And in one bill, we can't simply deconstruct and redefine that. So thank you for letting us speak to you today and give us the choice to vote and voice our opinions. And please move this to the January sessions. Mahalo, ke akua.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kenji Reyes, and I am strongly opposed to the SB1 bill. I have pondered deeply upon this issue of same-sex marriage. I love and respect all individuals, no matter what their orientation may be. But I also believe that there should be equality among all. However, I believe this bill is more than just about equality. It is about trying to alter universal laws and principles. Marriage is between a man and a woman. This is the way it has always been, and this is the way it should always be. Trying to redefine the institution of marriage will have significant consequences for many generations here in the state of Hawaii. Some of the major areas that will be most effective will be the freedom of religion, our educational system, and many businesses. I am a 25-year-old citizen, and I am opposed to the SB1 bill. I strongly urge you to make the right decision that will truly benefit the people of Hawaii and vote no. Thank you.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Zane Kie Kaukini Lakaden. I'm 29 years old, born and raised in Waimanalo, and currently living in Kailua, Oahu. I'm against the special session for SB1. In 2002, I was able to make my first vote in the general election when I turned 18. And I remember the great joy I felt casting that vote, not only for my elected officials, but for the issues at hand on the ballot. As a Christian Native Hawaiian, I have family members and friends that don't vote because of sessions like this. And I would encourage you highly to put the vote to the people. I would also like to encourage more clarity in the process of this session for the future, like time limits. Have this all be given ahead of time instead of when we get here, just so it'll be a lot easier for everyone that comes in after me or even before me to understand and not go walking around like chickens without heads. I would also like to bless you guys with some almond cookies for dinner if you guys are able to.
Good evening. My name's Owen Matsunaga. I just had knee surgery. I've spoken with some of you. I just had knee surgery on Wednesday, but I thought it was important enough to be here. What I don't appreciate is just being given 1 minute to talk, and also what I don't appreciate is the thousands of other people who are out there who submitted written testimony and just aren't being given an opportunity to be heard. I'm a local boy, parent of 4. I'm also a stake president in my church. It's a lay position, unpaid position. We have several thousand members in our stake in Mililani. I'm against the bill on religious grounds. It's against my faith, of course, but I'm also against it for other reasons, which I think all of you senators have received letters from legal scholars, top legal scholars in the area, or experts, who have concluded that Senate Bill 1 is just not right. It's being rushed, and unless it provides robust religious freedom protections, all you're doing is inviting severe conflict and driving a deeper wedge in the community. I just think it's wrong-headed to go about this in a special session. I wish you would take more time to consider carefully the consequences of this decision and this bill, which I oppose. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair He and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Aaron Shumway, resident of Laie. Like Owen, I'm also a lay leader in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We have over 3,600 members, stretching from Laie all the way almost to Kualoa. Over 2,000 of them are adults, and Senator He, these are all in your district. It's curious to me why we are rushing this issue. I just had a very exhilarating experience up topside with my 6 children, ranging from 17 to 2 years old, seeing the civic process, people coming out to voice their opinions. And they're asking me, Daddy, why are they doing it so quickly? And I have to say, I don't know. Why are you only allowed 1 minute to testify? I don't know. What about all these people who came who had to work today? I tell them I don't know. And so it just seems rushed to me. I'd urge you to consider this in a special session. I'm in opposition to this bill. As Owen said, the religious liberties protections are so flawed. There are so many other flaws in this bill. I urge you to vote no on it. Thank you very much.
Group 16 can assemble, please. Please proceed.
Can you speak now? We're good. Stop, you guys. How you guys doing? You guys look kind of sleepy right now. Hey, I am sleepy too. I've been here this morning and I could feel how you guys feel sitting in that chair all day. But I really don't have a script, nothing for put together. Pretty much I'll call you guys auntie and uncle, how I raised up. And I grew up on the west side. And the way we treat people is with love. I don't come from the religious background. I don't come from the LBC background or none of that stuff, or the Hawaiian background. I'm a Hawaiian. But I don't come from the place where I had kids come up to me and ask me, why my teacher teaching me this stuff in school? And this is Waianae High School. And they've been kind of like forcing this thing upon them. And I've been telling these kids, you know, hey, this is something that you guys might expect in the future. And I'm opposed against this. I really don't want to see these kids learn this kind of stuff because it's going to mess up their minds. And pretty much, yeah, if you guys could take that into consideration with you guys' hearts and understand the people. Now, I'm talking about religion, not talking about a group of people that are trying to push this bill, but I'm talking about the future kids, the kids that you guys probably have too. So, yeah, I hope, yeah, I'm tired. I know you guys tired. Peace out. If you guys like have dinner, we can have dinner at Zippy's after.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Chair, He and committee members. I'm sorry about that. My name is Tale Vakalalambure, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. I am a Christian, but I hope my voice is not ignored based on that fact. If SB 1 is passed, my voice will be silenced. I will not be able to exercise my freedom of religion and speech provided for me by the First Amendment. But this is not the only reason why I oppose this bill, not just because I'm a Christian. It seems to me that this minority group, based on their sexual preference, is trying to force acceptance of their lifestyle and sexual orientation by making it law. This is not right. So I ask you to make the right decision, decide for the people. The people are speaking loud and clear. Hear us out and vote no to SB 1. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm from the North Shore of Oahu. I represent the 3,000 people who wrote letters and delivered them to Clayton He this morning. 3,000 may not sound like a lot, but we gathered those letters in a matter of 3 days. I strongly oppose the SB 1 bill because it will infringe upon our freedoms which are protected under the First Amendment. Whether it's freedom of speech, education, or employment, this bill will impact our future, my children, and our community, our society. We voted on a constitutional amendment in 1998 giving the legislature the power to limit marriage between opposite sex couples. The only legitimate way to change this is to let we, the people, decide and to vote. Clayton He, I live in your district. I'm a registered voter, and I'll remember you. My name is Vili Toilolo, and I approve this message. Thank you.
Chair He and committee. I strongly oppose SB 1. When civil unions was passed in Hawaii, same-sex couples received all the benefits and responsibilities that married couples have. This bill is not about benefits, and this bill is not about equality. This bill would take away individuals, businesses, and churches' First Amendment rights. The First Amendment states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. If SB 1 were to pass, this same-sex marriage bill would take away my First Amendment rights. Some of our founding fathers died for my First Amendment rights. In 1998, 70% of the people voted not to redefine marriage. In 2009, over 15,000 people showed up at the Capitol against civil unions and same-sex marriage. In 2010, over 20,000 people came to the Capitol against civil unions, also known as same-sex marriage. Earlier today, we had a rally to let the people decide on marriage. Official numbers have not yet been confirmed, but it was estimated that once again, over 20,000 people were in attendance to oppose same-sex marriage and let the people decide. Last but not least, same-sex marriage is in direct opposition to the Word of God, the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation. This nation was built upon biblical principles. Please kill the bill and let the people decide.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
What First Amendment right did you speak of that will be taken away?
The right to freely exercise religion. So, for instance, at my church, we're Christians. We don't believe in homosexuality, and we don't believe in same-sex marriage. So if our church building was forced to have a ceremony there, same-sex marriage ceremony there, if someone requested that, and we said no, there could be a lawsuit.
Is it your opinion that that is what the bill says?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Have you read the bill?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Of course not.
Aloha. My name is Blanca, and I am here to ask you, please vote no. I strongly oppose SB 1 because society as we know will cease to exist. The homosexuals have no right to infringe on my rights. This bill is not about religious, it's about doing everything right for all, not only for the sake of a few. I don't want to take your time. You heard everything that I have to say. Mahalo and aloha, and God bless you.
Hello, my name is Inez Larson. I've been here since 2 o'clock this afternoon. There were thousands of people outside while you guys were sitting in here. I was watching you on TV and sign waving with thousands and thousands of people that didn't leave until about 7, 8 o'clock at night. I just want to let you know that I understand your daily life. That when you leave here, you'll go work with interns that have, they're homosexuals. They've infiltrated the state capitol. They're your interns, and you have to answer to them. Did you do right to them as well? And I just want to let you know that I oppose SB 1 because my baby, he's been with me all day. Because of my church, I stand in solidarity with the bishop that he'll be forced, my church, my Catholic church will be forced to rent their, and you can say, no, that's not the case. There's exemptions, but we know that's not the case because we've been talking about this since the 90s, and they will file lawsuits. They have infiltrated the state capitol. You guys work with them. I know that you do, and I understand this is the pressure that's on you, but the thousands, I have never seen that many people protest a situation. I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Which homosexuals do I work with?
I don't know that you do specifically.
Oh, I thought you said you knew that. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Phyllis Young, and I'm here to strongly oppose SB 1. There are many people who have spoken today. Just in this late hour, there are so many of us who oppose this bill. And the bottom line is this: fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Why are you rushing? What pressure is being put on you by the governor or other people to take this upon yourself to do this in such a short amount of time? We, the people, deserve the right to be a part of this process to have more time, much more time. And finally, we really need to learn from the experiences of places of Massachusetts and Toronto, Canada, and other such places that have had these effects where religious freedoms have been taken away. We were told by the expert, Phil Lees, that even a pastor had his child taken away because it was deemed to be coming from a homophobic family. And in that situation, who counseled this child? A lesbian. This is not right. Please open up your eyes and open up your ears and hear the people of Hawaii. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Don Young, and I strongly oppose SB 1, and I vote. I had a boss once who called this issue creeping incrementalism. First, it's one thing, civil unions. Now it's another thing, marriage, same-sex marriage. And tomorrow it's, as my wife mentioned, well, what's going on in Massachusetts and Canada. I strongly advise you, if you have not looked into the real situation, the details in both Canada and Massachusetts, that you do so. There was a meeting not very well attended last Wednesday here. I hope most of you were there so that you can see the path that we're being led down. Lastly, I just want to say that there's no real need for this bill. There's no real rush that we should be under for this bill. And so let the people decide. Let the people who voted you into office have a say in this traditional marriage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for my chance to testify before you. I am opposed to this bill, SB 1. I wasn't going to give you my personal testimony, but I feel like I need to say something about my personal life. I was lured to Hawaii by a homosexual male that was much older than me, who I respected, but I wasn't a homosexual or had an inclination towards it. When we got to Hawaii, away from my friends and family, you know, smoking dope, looking at pornography and all that stuff, going to strip bars. And he tried to convince me that I was a homosexual because I had been aroused by that stuff, okay? But because I had some religious background, I just knew it wasn't right. He left. And I think about it today. I'm married for 30 years. I have 5 young adults now that I've raised. And God took that desire out of my heart. And I think about, had I believed this person and the many other people that he brought me around to try to convince me that I was born homosexual, okay, these people wouldn't be alive today. So I want you guys to consider that. The authority to define marriage is in the hands of God alone, okay? It's beyond human authority. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Test. Okay. Aloha. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Teresa Asantista Sorensen. I come from a family of 9, 4 sisters and 4 brothers, one of whom is a homosexual. I love him and I support him as my faith commands me to, which is to love God and my neighbor. However, my faith does have boundaries. And if you pass this bill, you will remove those boundaries that I would like to pass on to my family. As I recall, we all benefited from the commandments of you shall not kill and you shall not steal, not to mention being born of a man and one woman. If you pass this bill, who are you doing it for? The many or the few? So let the people decide. Please, do not pass SB 1. Think first of everyone. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Solomon. I also am an Austinista. That was my sister that came before me. My brother is a homosexual and I'm proud of him. I love him very, very much. But because we live in a diverse state, I come from Waianae. I'm a transplant there. I am Roman Catholic. I've been married 33 years. I have 5 children and I have 10 grandchildren. I would like to say I oppose this bill only because I believe, my faith grounded in me, that marriage is a sacrament between a husband and wife. I really, really do believe that, please, I want you to kill this bill, please, and let the people vote in January. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for giving us the time to be up here to voice our hearts. My name is Sisuli Misa Alifua. I am here on behalf of the Samoan community and for the young people and for my child who is born in the state. I don't understand how a sexual preference became law. That just doesn't make sense to me. I oppose and I rebuke the SB1 because they can't reproduce. We can't have children. Say if my son was gay, how would he have children? So I don't understand that. But you guys are our leaders. You guys, I pray that you guys have wisdom and you guys know what's right to do. And thank you guys for your time and drink some coffee because you guys are all sleeping up there. Hallelujah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Senators. I was looking for the train tracks of that train that's going down the train track, fast tracking this SB1. I couldn't find it, but I think hopefully it'll come to an end. My name is Mark Gao. I oppose SB1 for several reasons. Number one, it violates the rights of parents to educate their children. In Massachusetts and Canada, where same-sex marriage laws have passed, the courts have dismissed lawsuits of parents opposed to having their children forced to be taught that teaching of homosexuality relationships are identical to heterosexual ones. The courts have even prohibited parents from opting out of these teachings with a take it or leave it attitude. Number two, it violates the freedom of conscience and religious freedom. Religious and persons of conscience who oppose same-sex unions will be threatened to speak out because same-sex unions and therefore homosexual behavior and relationships are to be accepted and, quote, normalized, and therefore and viewed as the same as traditional marriage under the law. Supporters will apply or pass hate crime legislation to muzzle and prevent those from speaking freely about the prohibition of homosexual marriage. Why is this, why are the laws, as I shared, so punitive for those who are opposed based on freedom of conscience and freedom of religion? Why? I believe in most states indicates research shows that same-sex marriage is not really the true intent of advocates. I believe that some same-sex marriage advocate strategy here and across the country, in the past, now, and the future, is not truly marriage. What I may include that, rather it is about legalizing the approval of a homosexuality lifestyle and imposing it with force throughout the various social, including marriage, and political institutions of a society that will never accept it otherwise. In conclusion, I urge you to vote no in SB1, simply because an unjust law isn't a law at all. If I add, I was the last person, Senator, to take that number 16 group ticket, the last one that was issued. Behind me were many people that came from out of, in the rural areas, from the city, with families asking to speak. This issue of such magnitude involves public input. You've heard it from many.
Can you wrap it up?
Please, just the courtesy, just a few seconds. Requires the input of everyone. Also, families with young children, people from different backgrounds, denied a ticket simply because of the limit of testimony, which is not warranted for an issue that would change perhaps the generations to come. So I take homage to that and an exception that was prohibited. Thank you.
Before we proceed with the next person, it's unfortunate that the previous speaker takes umbrage, because I take umbrage with what he just said. The fact of the matter is, two members of this committee who publicly have indicated they were going to vote no on this measure talked to the lobbyist of the group in the rotunda, and they've come to a conclusion. So any suggestion that there's a denial by this committee is untrue. And I take umbrage with that. Please proceed.
Well, I want to appreciate the time that you've taken to hear from us, because I've seen you guys here from the beginning of the day, and it's been long. For me, it's a conflicting issue, because I have both past employers and friends, people that are gay, that I respect, that I know that are good citizens. And on the other hand, I also come from growing up knowing that there's something missing when there isn't two genders involved in a family. What I want to point out to you is, in regards to the bill, and when it says that it's accommodating for religious organizations in order to allow the clergy to perform marriages, but certain clergy feel it's against their religious beliefs, correct? And so the allowance is to go ahead and give them allow them to give donations, but I don't think it addresses that issue enough, because those for-profit businesses will not be able to survive if they only rely on donations. And that needs to be considered in the wording of the bill.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Atama Vakalambure. I'm a son, grandson, husband, and father to two. I'm also a taxpayer and a productive member of society, and a mentor to many young adults and youth, and represent the many I speak to who oppose this bill, many of whom are the younger generation. I am for equality, I am for love, and I believe that no one should go through any form of discrimination, but I'm against the redefinition of an institute that existed before government. Therefore, government does not have the right to change its definition. I stand strongly to oppose this bill, SB1. I also believe that same-sex marriage does not have equal standing, sanctity, or benefits to society in comparison to heterosexual marriage or traditional God-ordained marriage. I do believe the answer is not redefining marriage in the process of trampling upon the majority of our rights, especially the right to vote on this issue. The answer is kill the bill, if not defer this to the regular legislative session, so there is enough time to allow for the democratic process to take its course. We trust you and we believe you, and we know that you will make the right decision for the people of Hawaii. God bless you.
My name's Charlie Peterson. I am 25. I'm opposed to the government redefining marriage. I want to share with you my experience of the foundation of the family. I raised a little boy for 5 years without the influence of a man for a father figure. As I fought the statistics of a future outcomes from single-family union, I began to realize they are statistics for a reason. Although I put my best efforts in my son, he still suffered. 3 months ago, I chose to sign my rights over as a mother to a mother and a father, because I understood the statistics of the best possible situation for a child. My son now has a more promising future because I could recognize the importance of my child's future. Have you seen the studies? Have you seen the statistics? Can you recognize them? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to sacrifice for your children and their future? Read the statistics. 5 days is not long enough. I stand 100% behind the marriage is always and will be defined only between a man and a woman.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Senators. I have heard among your colleagues and in the media that a majority of young adults support same-sex marriage and this bill. That is not true. I am part of the original group of young adults that have created and mobilized a group of 1,600 young adults that oppose and have been actively fighting the passage of this bill. We have helped Hawaii family advocates design and make signs that you have seen waving in your district. We have created and distributed a frequently asked questions to help people understand the bill and how the legislators have circumvented the democratic process. We have designed, produced, and distributed flyers about the rally today. We have submitted testimonies and helped an additional 1,500 people submit in-person testimonies so they could be heard today. As our elected senators, we have voted for you to represent our voice. However, you have effectively silenced thousands of people across Hawaii with the special session process. People who have submitted testimonies to be heard today have been shut out. Neighbor islands will not be able to testify unless they can afford to fly out and take off of work. If you care about the people of Hawaii and wanted to hear the voice of the people you represent, then you would not have done this. We will not forget what the legislators did to the people of Hawaii in 2013. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1.
I believe you're the last, so we welcome you.
Happy to be here. Oh, don't start my time yet. Thank you for your time today. It has been a long day for all of us. I stand before you, a fearful, broken-hearted victim of a hate crime. I am in opposition of Bill SB 1. I'd like you to see the senators, if you can look up. These are injuries that I received while I was exercising my right of free speech in a loving and respectful way, sharing the message that we should allow the people of Hawaii the opportunity to make a decision on such a complex issue. This special session circumvents the democratic process. Our country was built on the beliefs that we are a democracy. We have family and friends on both sides of the issue, and we all love each other dearly. Please do not allow yourselves to cause further division amongst the people of Hawaii. By passing this bill in this way, you are not building walls, but not building bridges, but building walls. Hateful walls. I was called a hateful bigot. This angry man attempted to run me and my husband over. Our message is not hate, but love and respect. Respect the people you represent and allow us the opportunity to vote and make this difficult decision as a people of Hawaii. I also want to add that a handful of mothers and myself gathered over 500 signatures in a handful of hours, people asking for you to just allow us to vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a short recess. Cassie. Well, here's the thing. After you're done, someone else will get up and speak, want to speak. We tried to do it in an orderly way, and I can see that it's becoming disorderly, and we can go right back to how we began this morning, and we have a lot of. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Okay, we're going to recess this meeting. call the meeting back to order. One announcement. Yeah, you did that. Okay, in keeping with the agreement that was negotiated by senators, two senators on the committee and this Senate President, we have received 3,459 testimonies as of 10:30 a.m. on Sunday. Since 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, we've received many more. However, that total is not known at this time. Of the total received, there was 1,386 in support of Senate Bill 1, or 40%. And then this total is a little bit unclear. There were 2,073 in opposition of Senate Bill 1, or 60%. But within the 2,073, we could not, in the time allotment, ferret out those that were opposed to Senate Bill 1, and as opposed to those who were opposed to having a special session. That those subgroupings were impossible to ascertain in the time allotted. So the agreement was to make that announcement, and that announcement has been made. We're in decision making, and before going into decision making, I want to thank all of the people who testified this morning and this evening, this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. I want to, in particular, thank the staff who worked very diligently from Saturday morning, and that includes my chief clerk, Diamond Grace, the Senate Majority Attorney, one Senate Majority Attorney, Sarah Akinaka. Thank you, Sarah. My office manager, Andrea Pakele, and Kate Galloway. That includes the staff of the Senate Clerk, who's Carol Taniguchi, and Jen was here, and the untold staff members that she has had working with her. It includes the staff of some of the members of the Senate committee that are present, and some of the members who are not on the committee had their staffs also pitch in. It include, and I want to also thank the Sergeant at Arms staff who helped with the logistics and setting up of the room and keeping us on track. And then finally, and last but not least, are the sheriffs. I cannot thank you enough. I believe that the orderly conduct of today's hearing in large part had to do with the presence of security in light of the kinds of issues that cities on the mainland have endured. And I appreciate the way the hearing was handled. I also want to thank my colleagues left and right, because you folks have, like all of us, have endured, and like the people who stayed throughout the day to testify. I think that was all of my announcements. So the inclination, having read the testimonies that I read, and having heard the testimonies today of the chair, is to move Senate Bill 1 forward for the full consideration of all members of the Senate, unamended. Any discussion? Senator Sloan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank all the people that did come out today, everybody on both sides. We've had many discussions. Some of you may remember 3 years ago we had 18 hours straight on a civil unions bill. So we have discussed this issue. As I've said before, I've said previously for the last couple months, I did not believe and do not believe that this issue warranted a special session. There's no urgency. I do believe that it is politically motivated from a governor who is slipping in the polls and who has mandated this session. But be that as it may, we had it. We did our best to hear from as many people as possible, to hear as many viewpoints as possible. I think the bottom line, though, is there was a lot of misinformation. There was confusion from the state's attorney general, and there was an attempt, for example, to mischaracterize the ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court, which in fact did not strike down the Defense of Marriage Act, which did not mandate that every state must take action. And there is a difference between addressing problems within existing law and redefining marriage. The two are mutually exclusive. I've been here long enough. I went through the 1998 constitutional amendment, the vote. People voted. They thought they got one thing, and the legislature has changed. 80% of the people that are here now were not there in 1998. So people got something different. In addition to that, people told us if we just passed reciprocal beneficiaries, everything would be okay, and we did. And then they said if we just passed civil unions, everything would be okay, and we did. And now we're saying if we just pass same-sex marriage, everything will be okay. But it won't be. And what we would be doing with SB 1 is creating a new cause of action, more litigation that would harm churches, small businesses, individuals. I think this is a bad bill. I don't think we need it. I think that was testified to this morning. If there are areas in the law that need addressing so that loving individuals can take care of one another or have equal access to medical facilities, then that is what we should do. We do not redefine marriage, however. I have a lot of problems with this bill, and we had a number of Native Hawaiian testifiers today, and I call your attention to Section 572-C, rights of parents within this bill. This is going to cause a lot of problems within the Native Hawaiian community, and I fully expect that there will be a public announcement and a press conference within the next few days to sound the alarm about this and other portions of this bill. So I'm going to be voting no on the bill. I think that we have had a full discussion. I think that we need to heal in this community because this bill, more than any other, has caused a rift and division within us. It is something that is not like Hawaii. It is not something that the legislature should be involved in, nor the courts. It absolutely is something that we should let the people decide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion, members? Senator Galataria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During this entire hearing, I chose to listen. Ho'ola e mai. 2 ears and 1 mouth. I decided to listen twice as much as I'm going to speak right now. But I do want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership in this incredibly historic moment in our history, the history of Hawaii and the history of the United States, the history of the world, and we get a chance to become part of the dialogue. I think there was much gratitude from this senator to everyone who spoke this evening. It took great pains for many to come up to the microphone, not being speakers like we are, colleagues. And for you to explain your position and your hearts to us tonight. And believe me, none of us took it lightly. Just the mere fact that we looked indifferent was so far from the truth. We needed to remain neutral so that our perspective we could take in all perspectives tonight. To the staff, mahalo nui loa for being there for the chair and for the vice chair and for the committee. I am inclined to vote with our chair this evening. I think, having said that, I would like for us to all think about celebrating our individuality and accept our differences unconditionally. Our differences are what makes us unique, not only because we're from Hawaii, but because we are of this honua and this universe. Equally important is that though it seems we're more different than we are alike, let me just finish by saying that I think deep down we're all the same inside. And we all want to be loved and respected and appreciated and valued. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me share my thoughts. And to the minority leader, thank you for sharing their thoughts, sir. And with that, I will be voting with the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion?
Aloha, and I just wanted to thank all of you again also for coming out. And many of you are from my district, which I know is very, very far. I know how much good the churches do in districts like mine. I've seen many, many people turn their lives around, you know, come out of jail and get stopped from going back to jail, get their kids back, stop doing drugs because of the churches. So I really, really appreciate all the work you do. I'm a mother also, and so I can definitely empathize with the parents that testified. I worry a lot about my son, you know, getting involved with the wrong crowd, peer pressure. But I thought about it a lot, and I bet a lot of parents out there use reverse psychology, right? You know, and I think that when you tell a child they can't do something, and you constantly make it something they cannot do, and you know, it almost, to me, that makes them more likely to do it. You know, and we've all used reverse psychology. You know, my son didn't want to do karate until he found out his 3-year-old friend, who's younger than him, was taking karate in town, and he couldn't go. And I said, "Oh well, Keani, so you can't go because you don't like karate, right? You don't want to go." And then that, of course, made him want to take it in Waianae. So, you know, I know that your fears are very real, but I think the more we accept, the more we make it something that's not so taboo, I think that actually then it will not be something that is considered this thing people do to rebel. And then I just wanted to also comment on the concern of these businesses and churches that are afraid that they will be forced to take this clientele. And I think that this could maybe be a real positive, almost like maybe the GMO issue, where we couldn't get the labeling passed, but what we've seen happen is that there have been a lot of non-GMO labeling coming through, so that those customers and those that prefer that kind of product can then get it. So we could maybe have a pro-LGBT business app. You know, we could have, you know, businesses, those kind of places could then have maybe a rainbow symbol or something, so that then the LGBT community would know which businesses to choose. And I think that'll just happen naturally also. I mean, they you know, people know what businesses they seem to agree with philosophically. And so with that being said, I know that there's going to be a lot more discussion about this topic and a lot more debate, and I just appreciate everyone who came out today. I know it was not easy for all of you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, also all of you that are here that stayed with us all day long. As many of you know, I've been involved with this issue since the early 1990s, and I've opposed same-sex marriage every step of the way. And given how strongly people feel on both sides of the issue, I felt that it was unfortunate that we did not hold hearings on the neighbor islands so that they could testify without having to fly over here, the expense of flying over here. A 5-day session is way too short to pass a bill of this magnitude. So some have said we have talked this issue to death over the last 20 years and that we've heard all the arguments, but that really isn't the issue. What's the issue is that we are not just ramming this down people's throats, but giving them the opportunity to testify in a meaningful way. What we heard today from the bill's opponents is people of faith are extremely concerned about how the proposed religious exemptions, it's one of the narrowest among the states with same-sex marriage. And so by passing this bill, we're going down a path where religious freedom will be curtailed and people with legitimate religious objections to same-sex marriage will be facing lawsuits and possibly even being forced to close their businesses. So it's also likely the passage of this bill will greatly impact our public schools, as we heard many times over in the testimony today. And so for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I will be opposing SB 1. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes? No? Okay. If not, Chair votes aye.
Vice Chair votes aye. Senator Gabbard?
No.
Senator Gualtieri?
Yes.
Senator Ibarra?
Aye.
Senator Solomon?
Aye.
Senator Sloan?
No.
Measure adopted.
Thank you very much.